Can't find the record button.
I had the same problem last night.
Where'd all the buttons go?
Yeah, I know.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to SetiMoon.com. I'm one of the privileged hosts to be here. We do have a number of different hosts, so thank you for joining us. Before we get started, though, just a couple little rules. If you're not talking, please turn off your mic. If you're going to the washroom, please don't take us with you. And we don't need to hear that. And remember, if you got your video on, we can see your naked spouse running around behind you. So remember that. And this is being broadcast all around the world. So just keep that in mind. Shane, I don't know who's doing opening prayer. I'm sorry.
Richard has it.
Richard, thank you. Richard, would you do the open prayer before I get going here? Because I'm going to get going.
I will. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning, Lord. We enter your presence with thanksgiving and your court with praise. And we're just so thankful that you've given us another day that we can worship and praise you. We thank you, Father, for your bountiful blessings and your mercy and your long suffering with us. We just ask today that you be with us, Father, and lead, guide, and direct us by your Spirit in everything that we say and do. We're so thankful, Father, that we have a privilege that we can freely worship you, because we know now, according to your word, Father, the fishermen have left and the hunters have come. And that should bring fear to our hearts. But it shouldn't be a fear of something you're going to bring against us. It should be a fear, Father, that, as Ezekiel tells us, now that the hunters have come, we have an obligation. We're the watchmen that stand on the wall. You've admonished us to bring this word to everyone that we come in contact with, to warn them, as John the Baptist did. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And those that we do not warn, Father, your word says that their blood will be on our hands. So, Father, I pray with every fiber of my being, Lord, that you will help us to realize the seriousness of the moment in which we live. Do not be bashful. Do not be timid. When you meet someone on the street, when you meet someone in the grocery store, in the post office, in your neighborhood, don't be ashamed to tell them, get prepared. Our Savior's coming. It's going to be a terrible day if you're not. So I just pray you'll give us strength, Lord. And I pray that you'll show us how fortunate we are, that you put us in a place where we can hear your word and we can know that we walk in truth. We can know, Lord, that we're blessed to know where to be and when to be and what's going to take place, because the world is literally full of people who have no clue what's about to happen. So I thank you for blessing us and watching over and protecting us. And I want to pray this morning, Lord, a blessing upon Shane and his family. Every morning, I'm blessed by the word that Anita shares, the admonishment, the encouragement. And I'm blessed, Lord, by her daughter, who crosses every T and dots every I so that things will be right. And I'm blessed by Shane, who is always there and faithful, Father, to go above and beyond what's called of him. So I pray from heaven, Father, you would open the doors of windows in heaven and pour out a blessing upon this family and bless them exceedingly abundantly, above more than they could think or ask. And I ask a blessing, Father, upon Joseph this morning. Lord, I know he's been drugged and beaten and abused and cursed and talked bad about. People have had all kind of things to say about him. But I want to raise my hand this morning and thank God for this man who has the courage to stand in the midst of all that's going on and declare your word with truth and sincerity with all his heart. So I pray you bless him, give him strength. He says he's an old man, but he's not an old man, Lord. Moses was an old man. He's got a long way to go. You just give him strength and gird up his loins, Father. Cause him never to be discouraged, but to step out in faith in every word that you give him. We're coming into terrible and perilous times, Lord. We're about to see the two witnesses stand and begin to bring about the judgment of God. We better be ready. We can't be the Laodicean church. We can't be lukewarm, Father. We either got to be hot or cold. And I pray that you'll burn the spirit of the living God within our spirit, that we would never be ashamed, never be afraid to minister your word in truth and stand by it. Now, Lord, I just ask a blessing upon this body today, everyone that's here. Dig out their ears, Father. Open their spiritual eyes that they can see and hear what our Almighty Heavenly Father, Jehovah, and his Son, Yeshua, and the Ruach HaKodesh is saying to us today, that we'll not miss out on the things of God. Stir your people, Father. Cause them to stay on their knees and stay in your Torah and walk upright before you. And we'll give you praise and honor and glory because it all belongs to you. You are the great I am. You are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And we give you praise and worship today on this day that you've given us set aside as your Sabbath. In Yeshua's precious name I pray and ask these things. Amen and amen.
Amen. Well, I don't know what to say now. I may as well just shut this off. I think that's good enough just the way it is.
I was
Thank you,
thinking the
Richard.
same thing.
Just stop right there before I mess this up any worse. Thank you, Richard. Much appreciated. Wow. Okay. First of all, special thanks to Shane and Anita and what they do behind the scenes that most people never see. Shane just drove all the way from Nebraska down to Tennessee and dropped off the banners that we're going to need there in the books, and then drove all the way back home. I don't know, about a week's worth of driving so that the banners are there ready for us to go. Didn't say nothing, didn't ask anything, just did it because he knows we need the banners there and the books. And, last fall, he's been helping me drive around with the banners through Pennsylvania and New York from Kentucky. Again, they just do stuff behind the scenes that you guys never see. So thank you, Richard, for, praying for them. They don't want the attention. I know that. They're actually getting quite mad at me for even mentioning their names. But they're not the only ones. There's other people that do this too. So to them and to everyone else, thank you. And I also want you all to know about Richard. Richard's been a 40-year pastor at a Pentecostal fire and brimstone church is the way I was told it was. And he came here, I think 2 or 3 years ago. 2 years ago. I started listening to some of this crazy stuff that we're saying. And then he went away and came back and says, I've learned more here at sightedmoon.com than I did, and quote, tell me if I'm wrong, Richard, than I did in 40 years of preaching.
You're not wrong.
I'm not bragging about me. That's not me at all. because Richard's a 40-year pastor. We have Brian, we have Sombra, we have a lot of other people here who've been teaching Torah. Ryan, Shane, and I'm leaving off lots of names, who have been teaching Torah for years in other congregations. So if you're new to setedmoon.com and you're here today, you're not here just to listen to me. I'm the host. But we have a lot of experience also speaking here, midrashing, and putting in what they know, because I don't know everything. Unless you argue with me, then I do know everything. But but they also put in their comments and their understanding to help us all get a better understanding of the Torah. And that's one of the great things I love about coming here, because I'm learning from them as well. So this is a very special group. You're not coming to listen to one guy talk all the time. You're not coming to have somebody tell you what you believe all the time. You know, a lot of people here disagree with me. I disagree with them. We have these conflicts live on the radio or station here as we talk, and we work them out. And the thing that we do together is we wrestle with the word. This is what we're supposed to do, wrestle with the word, like Jacob wrestled with Yeshua. And in the end, even though we may not agree, we're going to love each other. And if you cannot do that, then don't open your mic, don't say a word, don't say nothing in the chat, just shut up. If you cannot love the brethren here at the end of this midrash, then don't talk. Now, yes, there's been a lot of stuff going on here the last few months. And I want to tell you, it's been rough. And the reason it's been rough is because I love those people. They may not think so. They may not agree with that. But I do. And the door is still open. But you are here in my house. You're a guest of Joe Dumont here at setedmoon.com. So we will not and do not tolerate any conspiratorial talk. I'll give you a warning. I'll give you a couple warnings. I'll give you a few warnings. But if you don't listen, I'm going to come down on you pretty hard. And if you still don't listen, you'll get the boot. This is a place to talk and learn about Torah. That's what we do here every Shabbat. It's the day of rest, to talk about Torah. If you want to believe in whatever it is, chemtrails, flat earth, whatever, the Twin Towers, whatever it is that you're into, knock yourself out, but don't bring it here. We have zero tolerance. Absolutely zero. So I want to make sure you understand that when we start. We are going to be away here in the end of February, the better part of March. Actually, a lot of the executive team here are going to be away. And we've given the left behind crew the job of looking after things while we're gone. But some of them are also going to be away on their own things. So we're asking for more help. And we're asking for you to learn how to help regularly. And here's why. Here's another reason to think about this. As Richard said in the prayers, there's a lot of stuff coming and a lot of stuff happening. The hunters are already here. You will need to be able to lead your group wherever you are. When you don't have the phone or internet, you're going to need to be able to lead them. Because you're going to know stuff that the group that you're going to be with doesn't know. This is a great place. Setedmoon.com is a great place for you to learn to practice being a leader. Practice making mistakes. Practice being corrected. I don't like it when people correct me. Not that they have to do it hardly ever, but when they do it, it really bugs me. But we have to learn to accept that. We have to learn to deal with that. We have to learn to humble ourselves to be challenged. So that's what we do here. We help each other to grow. Iron doesn't sharpen anything unless it's friction and sparks going against other iron. That's our word. That's our thoughts. That's our arguing the scriptures. So we need volunteers. There's stuff to organize behind the scenes. That's what Shane does all the time, helping us all stay organized for the Shabbat service. Different people doing the prayers, different people doing the special music, different people doing the teaching. But this February and March, we're going to be challenged because a lot of us are going to be gone and we're not going to be available. So we need more volunteers. Please contact Shane and let him put you into the program and let you start to work. And you're going to make mistakes. Look at Sombra. She has made so many mistakes. But look at how strong she is now. And as a leader, I want to say something else. Yes, I'm on a rant today. I don't do this every week, but today I am. If you attack Shane or Sombra or Brian or Ryan or anybody that's on my executive team, you are attacking me. And if it persists, then I will attack you back. I have the backs of everybody on my team. They are volunteering to do this job. They are trying to help me to do this job. And you attack them, you are attacking me. So be aware of the things that you say to them. I'm not saying you can't disagree with them. I disagree with Sombra lots of times. It makes for an entertaining Shabbat. But do never, ever attack that person or her. She can tell you the number of times I stood up for her in the past. I have my team's back, and I'm not afraid to attack anybody who attacks them. So encourage your team, encourage your leaders. Not that they're your leaders, they're just the ones in front of you right now. Encourage them, because they get dumped on all the time by the brethren. Think about that. It's not the Christian world, it's not the Muslim world, it's the brethren who are attacking them. It's the brethren who are attacking me. So think about what you're doing when you're tearing down the body of Jehovah. Correcting those people that make mistakes, say something, misspeak sometimes. Yeah, do that. Please do that. But to personally attack somebody because you don't like them, go find another ministry to go and listen to each Shabbat. I encourage you to leave. I have been encouraging you to leave since we started. Because the day there's nobody here, then I can do what I like to do on Shabbat, and that's study. And study His Word. So remember that. All those people who have gone away in the past, mad because I don't let them talk about their conspiracy, keep coming back to setedmoon.com every week. They keep coming back to listen to our programs, to read our newsletter. Why? Because they don't get this type of information anywhere else. We're the only ones teaching about the Shabbat and Jubilee cycles. That makes us unique because it puts all end-time prophecy into a chronological order of certain events that are taking place. That is unique to setedmoon.com. We didn't plan for it to be, but it is. That's the way it is. Now, with that in mind, the United States this morning invaded Ecuador. Well, they didn't invade it. They stormed in and arrested.
It was Venezuela.
What'd I say?
Ecuador.
Venezuela. Thank you. Venezuela. Okay. They invaded Venezuela. They arrested Maduro and they brought him back and they have him in southern New York. I'm wondering why New York, but anyway, we'll see what happens there. And the question is, why would the Americans do that? Now, I love Trump. I loved him in his first term. I loved him in the second term. The second part of his first term, he kind of dropped the ball a little bit, but I still like the guy. if I can be a little bit of my slang, he's the only leader in the world that's got balls. Him and Netanyahu. They're both awesome. But why is Trump been staging the U.S. fleet off the coast of Venezuela? Why has he been shooting up all the narco boats and killing all those innocent men in the Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico? What's the scene behind here? It's connected to Iran. Prime Minister Netanyahu was just here or on New Year's Day for in Florida with President Trump. Mar-a-Lago. And now we got the invasion of now I'm confused, Venezuela. Have I got the right one? Ecuador? Venezuela. What's that got to do? It's connected to Iran. Ecuador. No, Venezuela. Now I'm all messed up. Which one is it? Venezuela?
Venezuela.
I got to write it down. Venezuela. Okay. Venezuela has been supporting Iran. Hezbollah in Syria has been working in Ecuador, or Venezuela. There's something else afoot here that we're probably not aware of in the exact detail. The shipping of drugs to the United States is a huge problem for the Americans, costing money. You know, the stats say 100,000 lives. President Trump said today 300,000 Americans killed by drugs every year. But the cost is not to kill 300,000 people. The objective is to undermine the welfare of the United States. If you compare what President Trump is doing with what President Biden was doing, it's like polar opposites. Under President Biden, the United States was just a laughingstock. And now, because of the irrational or seemingly irrational behavior of President Trump, the whole world doesn't know what to do with him. And that's the way you want them to be. You don't want them to be able to predict your next move. They want you not to know what you're going to do next. And even President Trump has said that. But I'm not looking at this as a Canadian. I'm not looking at this as a lover of America or a lover of Trump. I'm looking at this through prophetic eyes. We're at the end of the age. We're at the end of the 70 weeks of Daniel, the end of the 120th Jubilee. We're in the third year now of the 10 days of awe. So you got to think about that. Where does that fit into all this? It fits in this way. The United States is not mentioned in the book of Revelation. And you got to ask yourself why. If you think you're the most powerful country in the world, you are. But so did Pharaoh. Pharaoh thought he was the most powerful nation on earth at that time. And a bunch of flies, a bunch of fleas, a bunch of grasshoppers, a bunch of frogs overran his nation. Where is the United States in end time prophecy? The gears are being set up. Something is about to happen. You have the Russia, China, Iran axis. Part of that axis got taken out back in July. Another part of that axis just got taken out today with the arrest of Maduro. What's going on? So I want you to start looking at the bigger picture. Don't be looking at this as an American. You are not Americans. You are ambassadors to the King of all kings. You're his representative, and you need to start talking and thinking like that. You're an ambassador to the kingdom of Jehovah, introducing and trying to share his Torah with the nations around you. That's who you are. You're not American, you're not Chinese, you're not Canadian, you're not Puerto Rican. You're ambassadors of the kingdom of Jehovah. Now, I don't understand what my baby toe does, and my baby finger can't beat anybody, but all of us together, we can. So start thinking and acting like a team. All of us as a team, even though we don't all agree, even though we're not all as good looking as I am. And I know you can't help that. I understand that. But we are a team. Some of us are the brain, some of us are the spokesman, some of us are the feet that actually do all the work, some of us are the hands that do all the crafting, some of us are, just the eyebrows that make us look good. But we're all part of the team. Tom.
I just, I've been talking about this with my wife too, and I keep coming back to, why was Trump praising Erdogan? Oh, he's my friend, right in front of Bibi. I think they're trying to bring him out. I think they're trying to get him to expose who he really is. I think he's telling Trump, oh yeah, we're friends, and I think that I don't know, who knows what's going on, but that. But I see the same things, Iran. This has to do with, and it's also interesting that China, you say China, the axis of evil, whatever, China, Russia, and Iran. But if you notice, Russia and China are not helping Iran. They're in dire straits right now, and Russia and China aren't lifting a finger, it seems. So I think things are really, the whole world stage is changing.
Yeah, so you're right. China and Russia are allies, but they don't do nothing. But in the book of Revelation, that 200 million man army can only come from one place. When the beast power goes after the woman, which is coming, and then here's the rumors of from the north and from the east, there's only one group of people that fits that bill. That's Russia and China. And they're coming through Iran and they're coming through Oman. So keep all these things in your front part of your brain and watch what's happening on the political stage. Sarkis.
I agree with you, Joe, on that. But what Tom said, they might. It's contrary, actually. China, right after the bombing in July, a lot of shipments flew in to provide more security and ammunition to Iran. So is Russia now is sending. So there's a lot of things happening. But what you're seeing here is repetition of the statue of King Nebuchadnezzar. As if you look at the Daniel chapter 2, the description of the statue, it's similar to the description of Revelation 13 in terms of the characters. And if you look at the first one is Babylon, the second one is Persia, the third one is the Greek, and then an unknown empire. But what you're seeing now is Saddam Hussein was taken out. That's Babylon. Now Persia is being taken out. Iran. That's Persia of the four paws.
But Persia hasn't been taken out.
It's being taken out right now. The next next year will be taken out, and then you're gonna see the Greeks, which is Turkey and Syria, together, making the next move. I mean, that's my interpretation. But if you look at Revelation 13, it's the same thing. You got the body of a leopard, which is the Greek, the paws of the bear, and then the mouth of the lion. The mouth of the lion has been shut down. The paws of the bear are being cut off, and now we're seeing it's being cut off because they've been surrounding Israel, north, south, east, and west. And but it's hindsight. We're looking back. We're trying to connect to Daniel and to Daniel's vision, and And I think it's time to start looking to Erdogan. That's that's the next step. He's going to do it.
I don't think, okay, you and I disagree about Erdogan.
That's okay.
But that's okay. We're all watching prophecies that, we're trying to figure it out. And that's the thing. We're all trying to figure it out. So I appreciate Sarkis putting forward his thoughts, his views, the things he's seeing. And that's what we do here. We wrestle with the word. So again, but I'm trying not to get into a debate right now, because probably we could
No,
debate
it's
about
not
that.
debate here in as much
No.
as observation.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I want to move on and get into the Torah portion. I just said I wanted to comment about what happened today in Venezuela
All right. Thank you.
and how that's connected to Iran, how that's connected to end time events. The United States is not here in the end times events. That's the point. Where do they go? What happens to them? The United States is part of the 10 tribes of Israel. Where do they go? What happens to them? Those are the things you need to be thinking about. What is the other picture taking place here? So one other thing that I want to announce. I'm going to say we, but it's not we. Certain people have been working on our 10 Days of Awe book in Chinese. They've been working on the 10 Days of, or it's a riddle, not a command, also in Chinese. The riddle, it's a riddle, not a command, is in our bookstore in Chinese only as a PDF. Amazon will not put it into a book form. The 10 Days of Awe book, I just checked before we went on the air today. It's not yet in our store. It should be in our store very soon. James is working on that. The cover has still got to be done for it. I think the cover may be done, the back cover. All this stuff has all been done. It's about to be in our store. We cannot sell this book in China. That 200 million man army coming from the east, they will not get this book unless each of you goes out and tells somebody that you know in Chinatown, that you know that speaks Chinese. If you know them, they probably speak English too. They don't need to, but they can help get it into the Chinese hands. Every community around the world has Chinatown in it. The Chinese are big into, I don't want to say Torah, but the New Testament. They want to believe in the Bible, but they're being shut down in China. So what does that mean? Well, let's forget China. Let's go and reach Chinatown. Every Chinatown community around the world. Now, I don't know any Chinese friends personally myself. I can't think of any. I can think of one lady, a couple ladies I met in Israel. But some of you do. So there's a tool for you to use to help to get them to know end time events. It's a riddle, not a command, is a great book. The 10 Days of Awe, it's a heavier book, but it explains where we are in these last days right now. So you have that in Chinese. Please, I'm asking you to help share that message. You have it in English. We also just published the, now I can't say it in Spanish, if fuente. It's a riddle, not a command in Spanish. But we did that, the 1st of December. It's now in our bookstore. It's now also on Amazon. Pauline has been doing a lot of work trying to get these things done for you online. So we have a team of people here helping behind the scenes. All different parts of the body, all different, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, we didn't have this help. This help is here because people volunteered. Some of them will say they got voluntold, but they volunteered to help do this job. We just launched the Sighted Moon Radio. That's with Ryan. Ryan's not even been here a year. And he's now hosting the radio program, doing interviews with Somber and myself and other people. He's doing the podcast for us. This is something I started back in 2017 and just couldn't keep it up because there was too much to doing that and doing everything else. And I couldn't do everything. Now Ryan's here doing that. So there's all these different people stepping up, volunteering to do stuff. What I'm asking Ryan to do is to get us ready to put us on a platform potentially put us on a platform. We're not 100% sure yet, but I'm asking you to pray about this, where we'll be in front of millions and millions of listeners every day. And in order to do that, we have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in advance just to get on the platform. So Ryan will need some help in organizing this. We need more music. The music that Yvette put on here today, beautiful. I need more help with the music. I have my stuff on there. Some people don't like my old country western gospel songs or my, Yiddish songs. I don't know what's the matter with people.
Your stuff. It's so much fun. It's klezmer.
It's, Fiddler on the Roof. I don't know what's wrong with that.
Gosh.
Anyway, we need help. Please volunteer to come and help. There's lots of things you can do. I don't always know what they are, though. So come and do that. The other thing is, like I said, to put this on the radio program on one day, on Saturday, for a half hour, an hour each week, is $31,000 in advance. To put this on a daily program is $118,000 in advance, paid up front. So we're working towards doing that. But now there's also another problem. Where do we get the money from? We've been praying. We continue to pray. So I want you to know what your donations are doing. I don't live off your donation. I have my own pension. I have my own source of income. It's not from the donations. So the donations help to pay any wages I have to pay. They help to pay for any programs that we have to buy. We're going to the NRB. We went there last year. It cost, over $50,000, $60,000 to go to the NRB last year in Dallas. Because we had to spend all that money last year, we only had to spend half that money this year, which is $26,000 to go to the NRB for 3 days, 4 days, and promote our message to all these television and radio people. Did we get our money's worth out of it? Is it worth it? We wrestle with that. We're not always sure. This month of January, we've paid $20,000 to go and a PR campaign to put me on all the religious television stations. So that's been in the works for the last couple months. And January and February, we got those 2 months still going on it. This is what we are doing, trying to get this message out. So, your $5, your $10, your $25, whatever it is that you're giving each month, that's what it's being used for. So in the last, we've had a lot of people get upset with me because I've been labeling their conspiracy teachings as a distraction that you're not studying Torah. They've left. They leave. They stop donating. They think that they're hurting us. No, they're not. We're still going strong. But we still have a lot of things that we have to do. And your help makes that possible. Your volunteers make that possible. Sight of Moon isn't going anywhere. We're here for the long haul. We're here to the end. We need your help. So that's a couple announcements that I had to make today. There's a lot coming up January, February, and March. Like if I think about it too much, it's overwhelming. There's a lot coming up. There's going to be some short notice changes going on here and there as things come about, but we need your help, and I'm asking for it. Your team is asking for it. If you enjoy these Shabbat meetings, then just how can I help? Let's find a spot for you to do. Okay. Did I leave anything out? Sabra, Shane, Ryan, we got everything, right? Okay. Then, Brian, would you do no, it's Shane's going to do the blessing of the Torah readers.
Yep. All right. He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Johan, Isobel, Consuelo, Richard, and Shawna, because they have come up to raise the Torah, and because they shall re-roll the Torah. As a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is he, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may he send blessing and success in their every endeavor. Together with all Israel, their brethren, now let us respond. Amen.
Amen. So, for those of you that are new, what we do now is we're going to go, we do a 3.5-year Torah cycle. That means during the sabbatical cycle, you read through the entire Torah, the prophets, the Psalms, and the Gospels once every 3.5 years. So twice every 7 years. So right now we are coming to the end of year 2 in the sabbatical cycle. And at Aviv, we begin year 3, not New Year's, but which the world just celebrated. We begin our New Year's Aviv 1, which is in about just a month and a half's time away. So the Torah portions, we're going to read each chapter. Then we open it up and we let the Midrash start asking questions. And I get a little, controversial sometimes and get people mad and blah, blah, blah. That's what you hear. And I hope you enjoy it. And we raise our hands, find the button at the bottom in the React or the chat or participant. Someplace down there's a place to raise your hand. Raise your hand and I'll address you in the order they pop up. Johan, all the way from South Africa, is going to read Leviticus chapter 14 for us today, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening from Cape Town.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Before I read Leviticus chapter 14, I would like to remind you regarding the 6 words with which Yeshua instructed the 10 lepers in Luke chapter 17, those who were about to receive the healing and their cleansing. Yeshua upheld and taught the Torah for all generations when he instructed these 10 lepers to go show yourselves to the priests. But what exactly did Yeshua mean with this short command? Now let us read this amazing prophetic chapter, Leviticus chapter 14. And Yeshua spoke to Moshe, and Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, "This shall be the Torah of the leper for the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go out of the camp, and the priest shall look and see. If the leprosy is healed in the leper, then the priest shall command, and he shall take for him who is to be cleansed 2 live clean birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And the priest shall command, and he shall slay one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. Let him take the live bird, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and dip them and the live bird in the blood of the bird that was slain over the running water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times on him who is to be cleansed from the leprosy, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the live bird loose in the open field. And he who is to be cleansed shall wash his garments, and shall shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, and shall be clean. Then after that he comes into the camp, but shall stay outside his tent 7 days. And on the 7th day it shall be that he shaves all the hair of his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, and all his hair he shaves off. And he shall wash his garments, and wash his body in water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he takes 2 male lambs, perfect ones, and 1 ewe lamb, a year old, a perfect one, and 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering, and 1 log of oil. And the priest who is cleansing shall present the man who is to be cleansed with these offerings before Jehovah at the door of the tent of appointment. And the priest shall take one male lamb and bring it as a guilt offering and the log of oil, and wave them as a wave offering before Jehovah. And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he slays the sin offering and the ascending offering, in a set-apart place. For the guilt offering, like the sin offering, belongs to the priest. It is most set apart. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and the priest shall put it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before Jehovah. And the rest of the oil in his hand, the priest puts some on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. On the blood of the guilt offering, and the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he puts on the head of him who is to be cleansed. And the priest shall make atonement for him before Jehovah. And the priest shall make the sin offering and make atonement for him who is to be cleansed from his uncleanness. Then afterwards he slays the ascending offering. And the priest shall offer the ascending offering and the grain offering on the slaughter place. And the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be clean. But if he is poor and unable to afford it, then he shall take one male lamb as a guilt offering to be waved, and to make atonement for him, and 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering, and a log of oil, and 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to afford. And one shall be a sin offering, and the other an ascending offering. And he shall bring them to the priest on the 8th day for his cleansing, to the door of the tent of appointment before Jehovah. And the priest shall take the lamb of the guilt offering and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them as a wave offering before Jehovah. And he shall slay the lamb of the guilt offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and put it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Then the priest pours some of the oil into the palm of his own left hand, and the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Jehovah. And the priest shall put some of the oil that is in his hand on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on the place of the blood of the guilt offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he puts on the head of him who is to be cleansed, to make atonement for him before Jehovah. And he shall prepare one of the turtle doves or young pigeons, such as he is able to afford, that which he is able to afford, the one as a sin offering and the other as an ascending offering, with the grain offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him who is to be cleansed before Jehovah. This is the Torah for one who had an infection of leprosy, who is unable to afford for his cleansing. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron, saying, When you come into the land of Canaan, which I am giving you as a possession, and I put a plague of leprosy in a house in the land of your possession, then shall the one who owns the house come and inform the priest, saying, It seems to me that there is some plague in the house. And the priest shall command, and they shall empty the house before the priest goes in to look at the plague, so that all that is in the house is not made unclean. And after that the priest goes into the house to look at it, and he shall look at the plague and see if the plague is on the walls of the house with sunken places, greenish or reddish, which appear to be deep in the wall. Then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. And the priest shall come again on the 7th day, and look and see if the plague has spread on the walls of the house. Then the priest shall command, and they shall remove the stones with the plague in them, and they shall throw them outside the city into an unclean place. while he lets the house be scraped inside all around, and the dust that they scrape off they shall pour out in an unclean place outside the city. And they shall take other stones and put them in the place of the stones, and take other mortar and plaster the house. And if the plague comes back and breaks out in the house after he has removed the stones, after he has scraped the house, and after it is plastered, then the priest shall come and look and see. If the plague has spread in the house, it is an active leprosy in the house, it is unclean. And he shall break down the house, its stones and its timber, and all the plaster of the house, and he shall bring them outside the city to an unclean place. And he who goes into the house all the days while it is shut up becomes unclean until evening. And he who lies down in the house has to wash his garments, and he who eats in the house has to wash his garments. However, if the priest indeed comes in and looks at it and sees that the plague has not spread in the house after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, and the plague is healed. And to cleanse the house he shall take 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And he shall slay one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the live bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and shall sprinkle the house 7 times. He shall thus cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and the running water, and the live bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. And he shall let the live bird loose outside the city in the open field, and shall make atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the Torah for any infection of leprosy and eruption, and for leprosy of a garment and of a house, and for a swelling, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the Torah of leprosy. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. This is a huge chapter. For a disease that people don't even see today, don't even know what to talk about today, this is a lot of print given to this chapter. The question is why? Verse 57, Johan said, just read it. To teach who? To teach you, the people, when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the law of leprosy. This is a mic drop. What? This is a big mic drop. What's it talking about?
Would you like me to?
Oh, yes, I forgot all about it, Brian. I'm sorry. You're right.
You forgot about it?
So, no, I was saying, gotta remember. Then when Johan read that last line, wow. Brian has a special teaching for you all today. It is called the Law of Metzorah.
Well, I'm going to show you my notes from
Okay.
the chapter, and it does touch on that. But primarily, I really like what Johan started because he introduced it with Yeshua speaking to the 10 lepers to go show themselves to the priest. Interesting. One comes back and shows himself to Yeshua, who is the high priest. So really, one came back and did what he was supposed to do. He came back to the high priest, even though Yeshua was not acting the role of a high priest as a Levitical priest. Eventually, he will be our high priest. But I thought it's interesting.
That was a tithe.
Yeah.
1/10, a 10%.
Right. But when I tell my group, and I've mentioned it here, whenever you look at the Old Testament, you really have to look at how it applies to Yeshua. How did Yeshua fulfill it? And how does it apply to ourselves today? And it's just interesting how there's so much, like you're saying, hidden in there that I'd like to just show you my notes and some things that I had found regarding that. So can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the first 32 verses, cleansing the leper, you'll see the earthen bowl filled with water. You have to think of different things, what it could apply to. And the rabbis say that's the Red Sea crossing. The 2 birds of the same type, or the 2 goats you see in Yom Kippur. The sticks of cedar wood, you see that in the offering of the Red Heifer. The hyssop branch is Pesach, or Passover. where they would apply the blood to the doorpost or the lintel. The scarlet thread, once again, is the red heifer. And I also got the hyssop represents humility. It's one of the lowest lying branches. The cedar is also there, indicating the cedar tree was a very large tree, very strong tree, and represents the Lashon Hara, the evil speech, the speaking out to the people, speaking falsehoods. But hyssop is included to remind the person that is being guilty of Lashon Hara and plagued with leprosy, the Metzora, for him to understand.
Can you just explain Lashon Hara before you get too far with?
Yeah,
so that new people understand.
It's speaking evil of someone, whether it's true or not. It's speaking behind someone's back. It's speaking whether it be true or not, they say. You could actually speak about somebody without their knowing it and be guilty of something that spreading falsehoods, spreading lies. There's questionable things sometimes, and I mentioned it myself. Well, what about if you have got a children's ministry and you know a person that is teaching in your children's ministry is a convicted child sex abuser? Would that be considered Lashon Hara? I say no, because that is something where you're protecting the sheep of the fold. So there's some extenuating circumstances, maybe some gray areas regarding Lashon Hara, because I think sometimes you have to speak the truth in order to protect somebody else. But generally speaking, at this time, Lashon Hara was a disease known as leprosy, not as the Hansen disease that we are known of today, where people were actually physically, their fingers fall off, or the Hansen's disease is a disease that is now curable. But this Lashon Hara, or Metzora in Old Testament, when the time of Yeshua, it appeared when people spoke negatively or spoke inappropriately about other people behind their back. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that. Is that something that they clarified?
No, that's good. That's good.
Okay, just briefly sets the gist of what Lashon Hara is. In my group, I got the question, in behalf of the leper, Metzora, the priest would take 2 living birds, cedar wood, scarlet, with hyssop branches. Why hyssop? I got the hyssop is a lowly plant that grows close to the ground. Sages observe that the hyssop symbolizes a Metzora lowly stature. It reminds him that he is a speck in the universe and teaches him humility, the first step in his spiritual rehabilitation. And then it goes on to a commentary there regarding the Metzora, the hyssop. But if the notes I want to show you today, the purification process coincides with other rituals in the Torah. You get the sprinkling of the hyssop and the blood, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, there is like Passover. The 2 birds, one offered up and one set free, is like Yom Kippur. Washing garments, shaving hair, and immersion recalls the crossing of the Red Sea. The blood of the lamb applied to the earlobe, thumb, and big toe recalled the dedication of the priesthood. So in other words, you've got, in other words, the individual purification process mirrored the purification of the nation of Israel. You got Passover, Yom Kippur, and the dedication of the priesthood. So it's healing ultimately as a redeemed child of God. So we are literally seeing how the leper of Metzora was reborn by the blood of the water, and the blood and the water. The leper was restored back to the community, much like we are restored or born again back to the Father through the blood of Yeshua. So you see these different items in the law of restoration of the leper, but it also reminds the people at the time of those different feasts, or the Passover, Yom Kippur, dedication of priesthood. But we can also apply it to what Yeshua does for us in what he has fulfilled. John 3, verse 5, unless one is born of the water and spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. John 19:34, but one of the soldiers, when Yeshua was on the cross, pierced his side with a spear, and immediately blood and water came out. Hebrews 9:19 says, for when Moses had spoken every precept to all the people, according to law, he took the blood of calves and goats with water, scarlet wool, and hyssop, and sprinkled both the book itself and all the people, saying, this is the blood of the covenant which God has commanded you. So you see, the blood of the sacrifice indicates the atonement for the sinner, whereas the scarlet thread represents Yeshua. His blood and the water makes atonement possible. Now Yeshua said in Matthew 12:34, but I say unto you that every idle word, Lashon Hara, Metzora, every idle word that men shall speak, they shall account for it in the day of judgment. For by your words you will be justified, and by your words you shall be condemned. So we may have often read this particular verse. I say to you that every idle word that men speak, we may not think so much of it today, but in Yeshua's time, it was very important what he was referring to, that it was speaking negatively, and it's important. The words that come out of our mouth, we can't take back. It's the feathers coming out of a pillow. There was a rabbi that said, he had somebody come up to him and says, Rabbi, I've said these things I probably shouldn't have. He said, so what should I do? And the rabbi said, well, it's like when you go up on top of a mountain and you rip open a feather pillow and shake out all the feathers. How do you get those feathers back once the feather's been shaken out of a pillow? That's much like how Lashon Hara is. Once you speak those words, they don't come back. You can't get them all back. It's even like now what we speak here on YouTube or things that are recorded. It goes out in months, years from now. People will hear these things, and whether we say them as maybe as truth, if we speak the truth, which is good, that is going forth. But sometimes, like if people, that's like you're saying, the conspiracy things, those things go out and you can't get them back. Once you retract, I know, talking to Eric, he said, I'm glad what he had spoken before had not been recorded, because he said, there are things I've said that I wish I could get them back, but thank God they weren't recorded. Much like a lot of pastors who have said that the law is done away with and now are preaching that we should keep Torah. Myself included. I used to say that the law is done away with. But I say all that because Yeshua was our leper Messiah. When he died outside the city of Jerusalem, he was outside the camp just as a leper. Yeshua, the leper Messiah, cleanses us. On the road to Emmaus, in Luke 24:27-32, Yeshua breaks the unleavened bread outside the camp during the Feast of Unleavened Bread. This was when he explained to them how he was the leprous Messiah. It was actually what he was demonstrating outside the camp as the leper. But what I wanted to show you, the Law of Metzorah lines up with Passover. In the Law of Metzorah, the death is actually represented by the person, their death of their correlation with the community, they're ostracized, lines up with the killing of the lambs and Passover. The freedom, one bird is set free in the Law of Metzorah. Israel flees Egypt as a free people at the time of the original Passover. Death, well, one bird dies. In Passover, it was the death of the firstborn. Blood and water, it was a sprinkling of the blood and water as we saw in the ritual for the cleansing of the leper. The Egyptians drowned in the Red Sea, and the Nile River was turned to blood. You've got the blood-water application here. 7 days the leper was outside the camp. You got 7 days of unleavened bread. The hyssop was dipped into the blood for the Law of Metzorah. Hyssop was dipped in the lamb's blood to apply to the doorposts. And cedar was the blood on the cedar, and as I said, blood on the doorposts. So, and that goes in the next chapter. So that's what I just want to add a little observation there, how the Law of Metzorah lines up with Passover, how we need to look at what we're reading here in the Old Testament corresponds to what Yeshua fulfilled, and how we can apply it to our own lives even today when we keep Passover, when we're observing Pesach, and we talk about the remembrance, the telling in the Haggadah. We should remember the setting free of the captives, but we are set free through the blood of Yeshua. We are set free through what he was. He was the leprous Messiah. He was a Messiah that fulfilled these things regarding the cleansing of the leper. So that's all I had.
Awesome, Brian. Thank you very much. I think Tom's got his hand up for you at this time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just wanted to, if you don't mind, I think I know she had death with the leprosy, and I heard a good teaching from about making the connection with Passover, and it's almost like this is a mini Passover, bringing the leper back in, and how basically the idea of death, the idea of it's a near death experience, leprosy. Because you know, like when you die, you or you lose color in your skin, you turn white, and how it was a near death experience coming out of Egypt, being in the houses with the blood on the cedar lintel and whatnot, and the near death experience part. So that's I just wanted to add that. That's all.
Amen.
Can I, I'm not, I loved everything Brian was saying, but, but I'm not seeing this as a Passover event. I'm not seeing this as a Passover event at all. I get what he's saying. I'm seeing this as an atonement event, which is also connected to Passover. And I'm seeing it more of an atonement event today, more than I ever did before.
But atonement is also included, like I said, with the Yom Kippur. There's some symbolic elements of the Law of Metzorah. Like I showed, it covered the Yom Kippur with the two birds. You've got the hyssop, and you got the Red Heifer sacrifice. There are many things involved in this, and I just was trying to show the correlation between Passover and Metzora.
Yeah, I'm
not saying it's the definitive only explanation, because much like scriptures, it's multifaceted. And it's like that same diamond. You can turn it different ways and see different. You can see the atonement, obviously, but you can also see the Passover. So you can see different things in the same facet of a diamond as you turn it.
Yes. So let me just say again, I now disagree with Brian and what Joe just said, because I don't see it as atonement or Passover. I see it as Shemini Atzeret. Again,
that's a third way of looking at it.
Just like Brian just said, just turn the diamond a little bit more. And okay, I'm picking on Brian here. Do you guys see these things? Do you see all these? Do you see atonement? Do you see Passover? Do you see Shemini Atzeret in this description? Tom?
Well, personally, I do see the near-death experience part. What I have to ask, though, see if you're speaking of atonement, what about making why would a house need to have atonement made for it? Can a house sin?
Yes.
A house can sin. An inanimate object can sin and needs atonement.
Yes.
If you explain, okay, explain. I'm closing my mic.
Okay, because I made that in my notes. Let's go to, see, in my Bible, I have everything from chapter or verse 33 to the end of 57 highlighted in yellow. This is a huge chapter. And I want to stop in at verse 40. Verse 40, I have in pink. And then the priest shall command that they take away the stones in which is the plague, which is the, as Brian saying, the Metzora, and they shall cast them into an unclean place outside the city. So Tom is challenging me on the house being full of sin. Here's a house right here, verse 40, that's being demolished and put outside the city. Where did that ever happen in the Bible? In the Bible, we can't exactly find it. We do have the destruction of the house of Solomon in the house of Zerubbabel. No, Zerubbabel built after Solomon. So the house of Solomon was restored in Zerubbabel in 5 what, 550, somewhere around there. Then that house gets destroyed in 70 AD or 586. I'm sorry, I'm getting my dates mixed up. Solomon's destroyed in 586. Zerubbabel comes back and rebuilt it. It's destroyed when Herod expands on it. And then Herod's is destroyed in 70 AD. Those houses is what this is talking about here is the temple. The temple is destroyed. When the Maccabees, John Hyrcanus, had to sit there with the decision, and that decision resulted in a whole bunch of people rebelling. This is where the Essenes rebelled against John Hyrcanus. This is where the Essenes wrote about John Hyrcanus being the evil king, because the evil king, John Hyrcanus, tore down the temple and put it in an unclean place. He stored it in the Kidron Valley, where the Gehenna Valley, where the Gehenna meets the Kidron, and he buried it there until a prophet comes along to tell him what this means. Now, if you read the book of, I think it's the second book of Maccabees, it tells you that. But the Essenes protested, and they went off to Qumran, and they formed their own little rebellious group. Everyone thinks it's now such a good group. It's not. They're a bunch of rebels. So right here, verse 40 is telling you about the temple being destroyed, the house of Jehovah being destroyed because it's full of leprosy, it's full of Lashon Hara, it's full of false teaching, and it's destroyed. And if you can understand what Jehovah's just done to his own house that Solomon built, if you can understand that, then this bigger picture of all the holy days becomes, what Brian just said about Passover. What I'm arguing is atonement. What I'm also arguing is Shemini Atzeret. Shemini Atzeret, you're not told anything about Shemini Atzeret. 2 verses, keep it holy. Keep it as a memorial. A memorial to what? It's right here. Am I answering your question, Tom? He's quiet. Okay.
I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
Okay. That's a good answer. Okay. Because what this chapter is forcing you to do, which is what Brian was bringing out, is forcing you to get off your, and I'm not saying this about Tom, I'm not saying about all of us, get off your small pea brain thinking of just black and white. This is huge. This chapter is huge in understanding Torah. It's huge in understanding Jehovah. It's all about the bigger picture. It's not about leprosy. It's about the bigger picture. Paul, go ahead.
It's about everything that we do that doesn't line up with the word. So all the foreign gods don't line up to word. That's leprosy. All their symbols are leprosy. Everything we do, Christmas, is leprosy. Everything in our life that doesn't line up with the word of God is leprosy. And some of us still want to hang on to our leprosy.
Yeah.
And there we have the problem, because we go and clean out. What did Jesus said? The man goes and gets himself clean, and 7 spirits come back worse than ever and destroy the man.
Yep.
It's coming.
Yeah, very good. Brian.
Yeah, to answer Tom's question regarding the leprosy in the house, back then they would have leprosy in the house because they would hide idols in those homes. When the people fled, the pagans fled, they would hide their valuables and their idols within the walls themselves, so that when the Israelis would come in there, when the Jews would come in there, God would show them where the idols were by causing leprosy or mold to develop on the walls in those locations so that they could remove them. Now, this is not something that we see today in the sense of mold, but to apply it to today, Do we have idols in our houses? Well, I don't think I do. I mean, there's some people that have the statue of Mary. They may have statues of Buddha. They may have the Quran. Well, that's, I put a caveat there because if you want to study how to come against Islam, you need to understand what the enemy is speaking. But so the Quran, I wouldn't say is an idol, but there are things that can lead you to idol worship. If you take the Quran to read it, to follow it, to obey it, then that could be an idol, yes. But that's like I've got a book of a New World Translation for Jehovah's Witnesses. I keep it here as a study guide to know what they're teaching and how I can come against them with their own words. Much like the Quran, if you're trying to witness to a Muslim, you understand what they're reading and find the discrepancies and the errors in their Quran, which comes against Christianity or the Torah, and then you can fight that battle because
So in the temple, the statue of Zeus, the pig slaughter and the blood being poured out on the altar. Yeah. If you have black mold in your house today, that you don't leave it in your house, you get sick from that. You take that out and you throw it in the unclean place. You throw it in the garbage pit.
But doesn't necessarily mean there's an idol in your house, though, either.
No, but it's just an example.
Right.
Black mold or that, if your basement is flooded and your basement's already been finished, you have to cut off all the stuff that's been finished because the mold will come in the wood behind the drywall, and you have to get it out. Otherwise, your family's going to get sick. So this is an example. But again, let's come back to it. The holy days are being described to you right here. That's the importance of this chapter. Tom, and then Johan after that. Tom, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say thanks, Brian, and I have heard that explanation about the idols being hidden in the walls, and I can understand how like the priest would pronounce the house clean. It's the atonement part that the kafar that I have. I think this is a place where we get the idea, like what exactly does kafar mean? I've heard at one min, and I think there's a deeper meaning in there. And I'm not saying I know what it is, but I think that verses like this can help us understand what it is.
So in Noah's Ark, you go back to Noah's Ark. The Akkadian word for is kafar, for covering or atoning.
Yeah, it's
and
like a plaster.
It's the same thing. Noah's Ark was kafared, covered over, right? It was kafared. It was covered. And it's your sins on the Day of Atonement, they are covered, they are kafared by the blood of Jehovah. That blood is what covers your sins. Does that help? Well,
I'm familiar with the word kafar and how it's used and how I make, and I don't think this is that. I think this is not an objection to what you're saying. Like there's the word kafar and there's also the word keseh, right? Keseh means to cover, and kafar means to cover, right?
But keseh, yes, but keseh is more in the word of mercy, is it not?
Well, this is how I understand it. I'm not saying it's accurate, but to keseh is like if I put a lid on something, I can remove that lid. Like a lid on a pot, that would be a keseh, okay? Whereas kafar is like paint or stain. It becomes one with the product, so to speak, with what when you paint something, that I believe that's what kafar is. Like Noah, he sealed the boat. That's how kafar is being used as best I can understand. Yeah. He sealed it so that the water couldn't penetrate it, right?
Yeah.
Well, so I believe, like, one of the things I like to do is word searches and try to make distinctions. Why is this word translated cover and that word translated cover? And that's what I've come to the conclusion that keseh is referring to a cover. I cover a pot, like a cover on a pot or something like that. Something you're cooking, not pot.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I believe
Yep.
that's the distinction in the Hebrew. I'm not saying that's accurate, but I think it
Okay.
applies. Okay.
Okay.
I'll release.
Johan, go ahead.
On this very same subject, we don't see a lamb being sacrificed for the house. It's only a cleansing ritual with one bird offering up its life. In one commentary I read out,
So
it said,
before you move away from the
Yes.
birds, there's two birds.
yes,
Why is there two birds? What does that represent?
I very often see Yeshua when looking at the birds, the picture of Messiah who gave up his life, and then Messiah who comes back as a reigning king.
Well, the second bird doesn't come back as a reigning king. The second bird, so where I'm trying to get to the see is that those two birds represent the two goats on the Day of Atonement. One goat is sacrificed. The other one is the one that the sins are set free in the wilderness. That's representing Satan. So there's two goats right there in the two doves.
Yeah.
You don't see that?
Yes, no, I do see that. There are so
Okay.
many pictures in this. I'd just like to get back to a brief commentary regarding Tom's question. And I'm just going to read the 4 lines. The house, because it was made up of believers already atoned for through the offerings, did not require sacrifices after it was declared clean. However, maybe upon discovery, the leprosy on the house pointed to a problem within a family or a community. If not corrected, it would lead to the demolition of the entire structure and or family or fellowship. I think that is very relevant. When there's a problem, we need to address it with immediate effect or risk lose everything.
Yes. Yes. Again, that's Lashon Hara. It has to be addressed right away. Or it can spread. And then it could destroy the entire house. Again, that all these things are connected. So yeah, you're making great points. Sarkis.
Couple questions and some comments. One is, how do we connect this event, the two birds, with the Yom Kippur two goats, where Yom Kippur is a national event versus this is an individual event? Just questions, okay?
Okay, so
Because it's easy to make interpretations of either events, and may not be connected. They may not.
the two birds, one is, it says they will make atonement for you. So wherever the verse is about the atonement, and I don't know where they are offhand, but somebody can probably throw it in the chat. They are right there with the two birds, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. That's not the question. The question is, this is an individual event versus Yom Kippur or all the feasts. They're national events. They're not individual events. And what I mean individual is as a person, a one person, or it's a national event. It's different than individual events. Individual event, it's like I can go anytime I have a problem, okay, to the temple and deal with it. Versus national event are scheduled.
Yeah. So on an individual event, you take your sin offering to the temple and you make your sin offering at the temple on this Thursday when you realize on Tuesday that you screwed up. So you take it there. That's nowhere close to atonement. The two turtle doves, again, it's an individual thing. It's also done this week, same as Yeshua did with the 10 lepers. It's done that week, but it represents what the Day of Atonement is about. Each of the holy days, you don't save your sin until the Day of Atonement to get it forgiven. You rectify it right away. You deal with the Lashon Hara. Again, that's also what's represented here. You deal with it now. And you stop it now before it spreads. But you still have to go cleanse. That's at the Day of Atonement, a national event, that's, I don't want to say culmination, but it's like you say, it's a national event. It's the same thing being repeated again, only at a national level. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. In my brain, it makes perfect sense. I'm not sure if I'm coming across that way.
That's okay. That's part of the discussion.
Yeah.
From the way I look at it, I'll give you my perspective.
Okay.
It's continuing the theme that started in chapter 11 about clean and unclean. It's about
Yes.
how to live and demonstrate the people of Jehovah are different from the people of the pagan world. And that's the way I see it. I never connected it to any of the national holidays, the feast days. So that's my perspective. And when I look from that perspective, now I could start, when I read the Gospels, then I could see what Yeshua is doing here. He's demonstrating here that when he healed the leopard, that was read earlier, and told him to go show himself to the priest, he's basically demonstrating his messiahship. He's a type of Moses.
He's a high priest.
Yeah, we know as a high priest later on, but at that time we don't know. At the time that was written, that was happening, the events, we do not know that.
So let me, just on that note.
Point. Okay.
No, let me, on that note, because you mentioned 1734, Matthew 17:30, which was Johan read. That is Yeshua demonstrating that he is the high priest. Okay, we don't know that yet, but this was written by Moses back in Mount Sinai days, or the 40 years in the wilderness. So look at all the examples we have here. Verse 9. But on the seventh day, he shall shave all his hair. What does that mean? Why the seventh day? It's just a lucky number that Moses picked out of a hat? Because then in verse 10, and on the eighth day, he will be cleansed. He will be clean. There's something significant about that. The seventh day. What does the seventh day represent? It represents the seventh millennium. It represents everything that we learn about the seventh day, the 7 days of unleavened bread, the 7 days of Sukkot, the 7 Sabbaths to Shavuot. Then the 7-day week, on the eighth day is Wave Sheaf Day. On the eighth day is Shavuot. On the eighth sabbatical year, or is the Jubilee year. On the eighth day is Shemini Atzeret. All these things are pointing to Shemini Atzeret. They're all relating to that. But they all have to go through atonement. They all have to go through Passover. All those things are leading. They're the plan, the 7 or 7-point plan to salvation. First step, Passover. Second step, unleavened, clean, putting sin out. Third step, the Holy Spirit. Fourth step, forgiveness of sins and putting sin out of our life, removing the sin, the 10 days of awe. The wedding, then the consummation, when Jehovah dwells with us. All these things are demonstrated here in this chapter. The sin, the Lashon Hara, the Metzora, the leprosy, that's the sin. That's the 7,000 years that we're dealing with this sin, right? So at the door, verse 11, then the priest who makes him clean shall present the man at the door of the tabernacle. That's where all the covenants are made. That's where Mount Sinai was made, at the door of the covenant. At the door of the tabernacle. The threshold covenant. The pillars, the 2 posts on either side, you put the blood on, and the lintel on top. They're all at the door of the tabernacle, the door of your house. It's all symbolic to the same thing. Verse 31 and verse 53. Verse 31 is, touches forward to the priest shall make atonement for him. Okay, so there's where atonement is. And above that is all the pigeons, the birds. Verse 53. Verse 53, where are you? Then he shall let the living bird loose outside the city. Again, that's the Azazel goat, and make atonement for this house. This is the law for any lepers. Again, so it's atonement again. Verse 38. Verse 38 is, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house and shut the house 7 days, and then come back and check it on the seventh day. What's the seventh day? The seventh day is the seventh millennium, the Sabbath. And if they're clean, if they're holy, if they're keeping the Sabbath, if they're keeping the seventh millennium, if they're holy, then on the eighth day, right? The eighth day, they shall pronounce them clean. On the eighth day, they got to go through this ceremony. So this is, verses 40 right to the end. It's all about the temple. All these things, this whole chapter encapsulates all the holy days, which we are working towards the eighth millennium, the eighth day, the Jubilee year, the Shavuot, the wave sheaf. So what happens on those days? People come back to life. They are united. So, again, I've said this before. The Jubilee year, you are to return to your land. No, it's not land. It's never been about the land. It's your possession and your family. Who's your family? Who did Yeshua say his family was? Anyone who keeps the Torah. Those who do my Father's will. Who's your possession? It's not the land, it's Jehovah. So when Jacob wrestled with the word and would not let go, he was doing that very thing. He was hanging on to his possession, not letting go. How many of you are going to do that all night long? Hang on to the Torah all night long and not let go, no matter what. No matter what. That is the seventh day event taking place that leads to the eighth day when we are united with our possession, with Jehovah. That's Shemini Atzeret. When he comes down, dwells with men here on earth, that's the feast of Hanukkah. That's the feast of dedication. That takes place. That's what Solomon did. That's what Yeshua celebrated in John 10:22 at the feast at Sukkot, not Kislev. All of this stuff is connected to returning to Jehovah, our possession, and hanging on to that word, his every word, with everything in us, and not letting go. Okay, I'm ranting or preaching here, but this chapter gets me excited because everything's involved in this chapter, not just Passover, not just atonement, everything. The whole millennial picture is right here in this chapter. Okay, Tom.
Yeah, as I'm listening, I'm thinking about the idea of how they put the blood on the right ear, the tip of the right ear, and the right toe, the big toe and the thumb, and how that is reminiscent of when the priests were consecrated, which would also support what you're saying there, the idea of in the millennial rule, there'll be priests. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. So my question is, why is that done?
Yeah, because we'll be priests, and maybe even and I do find a lot of legitimacy in the near-death experience aspect of this whole thing, and I'm finding myself thinking about how if we die and are resurrected, will our death be seen as a near-death experience?
Well, if you believe in Jehovah, you're not going to die. You're just going to go to sleep.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Is that going to sleep a near-death experience? That's my point.
I guess you would be pretty near death, right? At that time.
If you're resurrected.
So okay, you mentioned the priests. And we're talking about Lashon Hara, we're talking about leprosy here. And you connected the anointing of the thumb, the ear, and the toe with the priest. Good connection. What's the Lashon Hara? What's the Lashon Hara that would cause the leprosy if you're the priest? So the priest is the head of the household. The priest is not just the teacher of Torah. The teacher of Torah is every man in his house, every head of the family. So if that leprosy is coming from them, it's in their house, it's in their walls, it's in their, how is that getting there? I'll throw it at Sarkis. You got your hand up. Don't change the subject.
Has nothing to do with Lashon Hara because the context is not in there.
But the
I'm answering
Lashon
your
Hara,
question. I'm answering your question.
hang on. Lashon Hara is associated with leprosy.
It is
So
associated, but it's not the context.
But forget the context. I'm taking a hypothetical thing here. You're the priest, and you're being anointed with the thumb, the ear, and the toe, like the priest is, for when he's sanctified to be a priest in the temple. His thumb, the toe, and the ear are anointed in the blood, and they're done so here again. What is the connection between the two? Other than that, what's the connection? If you're, do you know what I'm asking? Like, or do I just tell you the answer?
Well, you could tell me the answer, but I have a different opinion on the subject. So let me. I'm not going to change the subject, but I'm going to give you my interpretation of how I look Leviticus 14.
Okay.
Leviticus 14 is basically saying, okay, you got a mold in your house. Now that we've identified it and we cleansed it, basically saying, look, you have sin in your house. You have brought sin, whether it's an idol, whether you have brought in things that are contrary to Torah, you need to get rid of it. Now you are exposed, and the whole world knows you have something in your house that shouldn't be. And it's the idea of, and I like it to do it personally here because I look at the context. The context is about the person, and therefore the priest will come and say, okay, your house is defiled because you brought in either an idol, and now you've been discovered, and you need to repent and change. That's how I look at it. If you're a leper, okay, you've been unclean, and the question is what? Is it for the glory of Jehovah, so you could be healed? Or is it there's sin in your life, and you need to deal with it? Or it's a generational sin. Because the second commandment of the 10 Commandments, it says, those who hate me, I will punish them for the third and fourth generation. So it's something where it's generational sin. And therefore, does that affect me? Have I become a leper because of that? Or did my house become leprosy because of that? So it's about looking inside my heart and say, do I have sin I need to change and conform more into the image of the Messiah and keep the Torah in a purer sense instead of compromising? That's the way I'm looking at it. And
You're spot on with what I'm saying. You just
Okay.
haven't connected to what I'm saying, though.
Go
Keep
ahead.
going. Are you okay? So, as the head of the household, Sarkis is the priest in his house, and the things that he teaches from the Torah is what he's supposed to be teaching through his mouth, through his words, through reading the words out loud, his spoken speech. Now, if Sarkis brings in there the god Zeus and sets it up on the kitchen table, and now they are praying to Zeus, Sarkis, as the head of his household, has brought Lashon Hara and mold into his house. Now, he can get away with it for a week, a month, a year. It'll eventually be found out. And that rot in the walls, the rot in his voice, the rot in his everyday actions his rot in the way he deals with people at work, that becomes known in the community. You start to see it. What's happening with Sarkis? I'm picking on Sarkis here, but what happened with Sarkis? He used to be such a nice guy. Now he's a bit of a jerk. Why is he saying that? The Lashon Hara, the evil speech that comes out of his mouth, is no longer aligned with Torah. This is the leprosy that's being brought out here. That's what this chapter, I believe, is all about. You as a high priest in your house have got to teach Torah. If you're not teaching the Torah, if you're teaching whatever, silly thing you want to teach, then the leprosy is now there. The Lashon Hara is now there. Your temple, your house, is now infected. And sometimes it's just a matter of washing down the walls. Sometimes you got to rip the 2x4s out behind the wall and the bottom sill of the floor and the floorboards, and it's a major operation. Depends how much you've allowed this to go on in your house. Sarkis.
Okay, let's look at what in 2 Kings 5:27. This is when Elisha is telling his servant, when his servant went after Naaman to get goods from him. And let me read a few verses here.
Say again, 2 Kings what?
2 Kings 5. Verse 24 to the end. And when he came to the tower, he took them from their hand and bestowed them in his house, and he let the man go, and they departed. When he went in and stood before his master, and Elisha said unto him, Whence comest thou, Gehazi? And he said, Thy servant went to no whither. And he said unto him, Went not my heart with thee when the man turned again from his chariot to meet thee? Is it a time to receive money, and to receive garments, and olive yards, and vineyards, and sheep, and oxen, and manservant, and maidservants? The leprosy therefore of Naaman shall cleave unto thee, unto thy seed forever. And he went out from his presence a leper as white as snow. So now it becomes generational sin that's passed on.
Okay.
And that's what I was trying to say. It's something where a person has to evaluate. Is it something generational sin? Is it their own personal sin? Or is it was for the glory of Jehovah? Just like Yeshua he came to prove himself that he is the same Jehovah of Moses that healed the leprosy. And so that's why I was bringing it up. That's why I look at it as a personal thing. And I agree about when you're talking about the feast days and the 7 days. Those are perfect. There's no question about that. And the events of 7 days and 7th day and 8th day, it's an image of saying, look, I want you to be complete like I am complete. This is what I've set up in the feast days, and I want you to practice and learn how to live. And it sets a pattern in an individual lives how to cleanse ourselves from sin and model and pattern in the pattern of the feast days and the holy days. And that's the nice thing about when I read this stuff, I'm like, wow, it's me. I need to change. I need to conform to the image of Jehovah.
So this is a microorganism, individual event compared to a macro organism of the holy days altogether.
Yeah.
And yeah, so yes. Okay, thank you. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I got a question for you. Based upon what you were saying regarding the high priest, someone, leader of the house would be a high priest, allowing evil speech to come into their home, falsehoods, false teaching. Could you make the assumption then, based upon what we've been discussing earlier, that those who are involved in conspiracy theories and conspiracy speech, would that be considered as Lashon Hara? Put you, you like that question?
Yeah, because so personally, I'll say yes. If you are spending hours and hours studying, and I just put it in the newsletter last week, last week. If you're spending hours and hours proving that chemtrails and the government's trying to kill us, or proving that the Twin Towers never happened, that was a faked event, or proving that the United States never went to the moon, that's a staged event, it's done in Hollywood. If you're spending all your time chasing all these rabbits down these holes, the Jesuits, the Illuminati, whatever it is that you're spending countless hours on, you're involved in Lashon Hara, because that's now becoming your Zeus in your temple, your home. Hey, if you want to study about the Nephilim and learn about them and see what that's about, yeah, go and look at it. If that becomes your theology from now on going forward, that's Lashon Hara. If you studied it to learn about it so that you can contend with it and deal with it whenever it comes up, that's something different. You're preparing, you're arming yourself. But if you're not studying Torah, again, I'm going to use me as an example, but it's not vanity. A lot of you say, how come you know so much about the Jubilee cycles? And the quick answer is Jehovah downloaded it to me. But there's a lot of me studying that subject for years beforehand. There's a lot of me studying for years since 1981 about the Sabbath, the Jubilees, about the holy days of Leviticus 23. Those from 1981 to 2005, however many years that is, that was studying the holy days. I also studied, I went through the two Babylons and learned about all the different gods. And we're going to come to some of that today again. But that did not become my main focus. It was a side study for a short time. My main study has always been the Torah. The Torah. Yes, I had a job. Yes, I had to learn. I had to study to get my pipeline inspector's ticket in order to be a foreman. I had to study the safety manuals and the Z-184 and all these different things to become qualified for my job. How to handle propane, how to handle safety, how to handle men, how to be a foreman, and how to legally fire somebody, how to know the law. I had to study the law. That was just for my job. But all my time was studying Torah, thinking about Torah. Where do you put all your time? What is it that's occupying all your time? I should not be sitting here occupying this seat. Many of you are much, much smarter than me, way smarter than me. But, those of you that I can think of, you spend a lot of time chasing these rabbits and you've not studied the Torah. You let people like me tell you what the Torah says. And it sort of makes sense. I believe them. But you didn't prove it. You didn't dig into all the scriptures. You didn't go search them out over and over and over again and wrestle with every question that's going to be brought up about that subject. I did. I do. And I still do that. Why did I understand the Daniel 9 prophecies? Jehovah gave me the answer. But I studied and I studied and I studied. I'm not an expert at the Illuminati. I'm not an expert at the Freemasons. I'm not an expert about whatever sovereign citizen. I'm not an expert at any of that stuff. But I don't waste my time studying those things when I should be studying to be an ambassador, a king, in the kingdom that is right in front of us. It's right there in front of us. It's not 2,000 years away. It's not 1,000 years away. It's not 500. It's right there. It's within 5 to 8 years. That's what you should be doing. That's what you all should be doing. Doubling down. It's like it's Sunday night. It's 2:00 in the morning. You're still playing video games, and you got a math exam on algebra at 7 a.m. And you've been getting 40% all year in all your tests. Yeah, go and play another video game. Go chase another rabbit down the hole. That's not what you should be doing right now. It's the final exam tomorrow morning. We're at the door of the kingdom of Jehovah, and you want to be in that kingdom. You want to be part of the 5 wise. Where do you get your oil from? What is your oil? Anyway, did I answer that question, Brian?
You did, and I want to help you out because there was, in answering that question, you raised a question in the chat. Hope had mentioned, she said, well, that does not refer to a person. The Lashon Hara in regards to a person with the law of leprosy, yes, that's a person, but what you're addressing really is the leprosy that's found in the house and the idol that is formed in the house. So really, the studying of conspiracy issues becomes an idol unto yourself, and you devote more attention to the idol of conspiracies in your home, and that becomes the leprosy, not necessarily an individual, but it becomes an ideology within your home, and that is your idol that formulates. So to help answer your question.
No, thank you. A lot of times when people start talking, I already know what they're going to start speaking about, because you can hear the words that they use, because that's what they've been studying for so long. And so bringing this to the temple of Jehovah, the priests became corrupt. The teachings became corrupted. They allowed these little tweaks to come in over time, and over time they got bigger until the house became corrupted. And Jehovah allowed his house, the temple, to be demolished. Solomon, 586, Herod's in 70. Why at both times? Why would Jehovah do that? Because he's a God of laws that we need to know. Why are we studying this? We should not be studying this today. We should all know this stuff. We should know this like the back of our hand, but we don't. That's to our shame. We don't know the Torah, to our shame. All of us, myself included. So go and spend your time studying these other things. There are a gazillion books out there about the Nephilim. Go write another book. You've got some special secret knowledge from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Go and tell everyone about it. Or maybe you should just stop the nonsense, pick up the Bible, and start spending your time. Oh, it's so boring. And that's the problem. 2 Thessalonians 2:4 or 4:2, because you did not have a love of the Torah in the first place. Jehovah gives you over to your lie. He gives you over to your deception and gives you more to keep you there, because he doesn't want you to come back. He does want you to come back, but it gets harder and harder the longer you go down the rabbit hole. Again, it's your choice. It's your choice. So this chapter here is a big chapter on giving you the entire plan through leprosy, Passover, Atonement, Shemini Atzeret, Wave Sheaf Day, Shavuot, Jubilee year, the 7th day of unleavened bread, the 7th day of the Feast of Sukkot. All these things are tying into what this is talking about here. On the 8th day, then that's when all the big stuff starts to happen. Johan.
Hi, I have one more subject that I'd like to tie in with this chapter. I want to start off in a peculiar word being used in Isaiah chapter 52, verse 15. He shall likewise sprinkle many nations. That word sprinkle doesn't make sense when looking at it in isolation, but when we look at this Hebrew word sprinkle many nations,
Do you want me to throw that up on the screen before you go on?
yes, you're welcome to Isaiah 52, verse 15.
Just 1 second. I think you might be about to show something here, and I better let everybody see what you're showing. Isaiah 52, 15, you said, right?
That's correct, yeah. So
And
this is
there's
a prophetic
sprinkle.
verse, and that word nazar, H5137.
Yep, carry on.
We do not see sprinkling in that many places in the Torah. The first place where we see blood sprinkled on people is at Sinai, the consecration of the Levites, and here in the leper chapter. But this very chapter also ties in with the Red Heifer sacrifice, quite a lot of parallels in that. And when I use this word, he shall likewise sprinkle many nations, that word sprinkle is used 3 times in Leviticus chapter 14, but also used in Numbers 19, which is the Red Heifer sacrifice. And yeah, we're looking at an event maybe coming up in a couple of months' time. And this might be another verse in Isaiah pointing to what is coming, and with Messiah providing the water for our purification, where we are scattered outside of the camp, outside of our promised land. And we're looking forward to the day when he will draw us back to his place, to our land, to our inheritance. That's
When
all
you
I
take
wanted
the red heifer ashes, you put it in water, and then through them you sprinkle them on the Levitical priesthood. That's how they are cleansed. Interesting word he brought up here. Thank you. Okay.
Joseph, I want to say one other thing. What's
Yes,
interesting
sir.
is all those things that you point out in summarizing all the different feasts, all the different relationships between the Lashon Hara and the Law of Metzorah. All of it is pointing back and drawing us back to God, drawing us back to the Father. What Yeshua is saying, it points everything to the Father. The feast days point back to the Father. The feast days point back to Yeshua. It's all about drawing us back to Him. It's all about restoring the leper back to the fold, to the community, much like what Yeshua did and the feasts are doing. They're restoring us back to God, restoring us back into the fold of His family. Is what really summarizes it.
Right on. And so when you do that, and I'll throw this back at you, Brian. When you do that, and you got to rip the scab off, that scab of false teaching, is it a pleasant thing?
Never. Never.
And do you blame the nurse for doing it?
No.
Or do you blame yourself for having the scab?
Yeah, well, sometimes you have no choice in how you develop the scab, but sometimes because out of the way you were brought up in your upbringing, if you're raised a Muslim and you don't realize the truth, or if you're raised a Catholic for that matter, and you don't realize the truth, I'll personalize it. I was raised a Catholic and I didn't realize the truth. But now that I became knowledgeable of what the truth is, yeah, ripping that scab off and telling my family I don't celebrate Christmas anymore, it's a battle I fight every year. Every year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
So I was just at the hospital here a couple of weeks ago, and they put a Band-Aid on my arm after they took some blood out. And I said something, or I did something, and then she had to rip it off again. And I said, ouch. Oh, come on. She said, a big boy like you, that doesn't hurt. And I said, yeah, it did. That's why I said, ouch. And she said, come on. So she's ripping that scab off all the time. It's not always fun for the person that has the scab on them or the Band-Aid on them. Those of us that are have accepted the wrong teachings, that hurt sometimes.
Joseph,
Yes, sir.
Scripture says, as it is in the natural, so shall it be in the spiritual. In the natural, to heal that wound, you have to pull that scab off. You go to a nurse after a burn, they have to debris that wound over and over and over again in order for it to heal.
Do you hate the nurse?
You do when she's pulling on it.
Yeah. But afterwards, you give her a hug for helping you to heal.
That's right.
Okay, last one, Grant, and then we're going to move on to the next portion.
First of all, you said 52:15 of Isaiah, and mine only goes to 52:14.
What Bible you got?
The Geneva Bible.
Well, that's probably why. So, different version we were using. Let me just check what I'm using the modern King James version.
Well, yeah, I also have King James, but like I said, it only goes to 14, and Geneva tends to line up closer, although preceding the King James, and it goes to 14. And it said, as many as were astonished as his visage, and so on. But what he said doesn't seem to match. Says, what verse would I get to in 52 of this Bible?
I don't know.
Shane said just
with that Bible.
first verse of the next chapter.
First, okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Oh,
Is
Shane
it?
said that.
So check the first verse of the next chapter. Is it there? Grant?
Well, who will believe his report, and to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed? That's Isaiah 53.
53:1. Yeah, that's what I got, first verse. So your version actually leaves out verse 15.
Oh, that's
altogether.
nice. Not nice, but I'm being
Wow.
sarcastic. Well, one more comment too. When they're talking about the ouch, I have a more of a contrite heart and spirit, and sometimes some things will move me, and I'll be affected, and I'll cry, and I'm around people who say, "Well, men don't cry." I'm like, yes, they do. Jeremiah cried, Jesus wept, and those who have a hard heart. But like with the scab, you said ouch. For some people, it's more of an ouch, depending on what they're leaving off. And for you, it's an ouch. It depends on whether you're pricked in the heart and you say, Lord, our men and brethren, what shall we do? Or you're going to resist it and react like the Pharisees who were cut to their heart. Something like your doctrines. You were raised Catholic. I was raised evangelical. I call it that. And they had the rapture, which I call the rupture doctrine. And for my dad, it took him a long time. It was like a snake around his neck. It's a plague. And it'll hurt more when you first realize, oh, this is awful. I got to get rid of it. For you, something that I've gone through may not be much of anything. But for me, I have to dig in there and get out of it. And like that house, you got to get it out of the walls. You got to get it out of your heart. You have to be purged with hyssop, and you have to be cleaned. That's all I wanted to say.
We're all at different levels of understanding. We're all at different levels of knowledge. Some of us got, 40 years. Some of us got 5 years. Some of us got 1 year. Jehovah only called you in the last year, month, 15 years ago. We're all at different levels. And our houses reflect the level of understanding that we've gained over that time period. Our families are our house. So yeah, again, we're all at different levels and we're all still learning. Okay, let's move on to, where are we going? We're going to Jeremiah 51 verses 1 to 32. Jeremiah 51 verses 1 to 32. Isobel from
Hello there.
Australia. So we got people around the world reading today.
Here I am from down under.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Adonai says this: Against Babel and those living in Lev Kamai, I will stir up a destructive wind. Against Babel I will send foreigners to winnow her and leave her land empty. They will besiege her from every side on the day of disaster. Let the archer draw his bow, let him flaunt his coat of mail. Do not spare her young men, completely destroy her whole army. In the land of Kazadim, the slain will fall, those thrust through by the sword in her streets. Israel and Yehuda are not left widowed of their God Adonai Sabaoth. but the land of the Chassidim is full of guilt before the Holy One of Israel. Flee from Bavel, let each one save his life. Don't perish because of her guilt, for the time has come for the vengeance of Adonai. He will repay her what she deserves. Bavel was a gold cup in the hands of Adonai. It made the whole earth drunk. The nations drank her wine. This is why the nations have lost their senses. Bavel has suddenly fallen. She is broken. Wail for her. Bring healing ointment for her wounds. Perhaps she can be healed. We tried to heal Bavel, but she cannot be healed. So leave her alone, and each of us will return to his own country. For the judgment against her rises to the skies and reaches even the clouds. Adonai has brought forth our victory. Come, let us proclaim in Zion the work of Adonai our God. Sharpen the arrows, fill the quivers. Adonai roused the spirits of the kings of the Medes, because he plans to destroy Babel. This is the vengeance of Adonai, vengeance over his temple. Raise a standard against the walls of Babel. Strengthen the guard, post the sentries, prepare ambushes. For Adonai has both planned and accomplished what he promised to do to those living in Babel. You who live near plenty of water, so rich in treasure, your end has come, your time for being cut off. Adonai Sabaoth has spoken by himself. I will fill you with men as numerous as grasshoppers. They will raise over you a shout of triumph. He made the earth by his power, established the world by his wisdom, spread out the sky by his understanding. When he thunders, the waters in heaven roar. He raises clouds from the ends of the earth. He makes the lightning flash in the rain and brings the wind out from his storehouses. At this, everyone is proved stupid, ignorant, every goldsmith put to shame by his idol. The figures he casts are a fraud. There is no breath in them. They are nothings, ridiculous objects. When the day for the punishment comes, they will perish. Yaakov's portion is not like these, for he is the one who formed all things, including the tribe he claims as his heritage. Adonai Sabaoth is his name. Bavel, you are my war club and weapons of war. With you I shatter nations. With you I destroy kingdoms. With you I shatter horses and their riders. With you I shatter chariots and their drivers. With you I shatter husbands and wives. With you I shatter old and young. With you I shatter young men and virgins. With you I shatter shepherds and their flocks. With you I shatter farmers and their teams. With you I shatter governors and deputies. But I will repay Bavel and all living in the land of the Chassidim for all the evil they did in Zion, says Adonai. Before your eyes, Yehuda. I am against you, destructive mountain, destroying all the earth, says Adonai. I'll stretch out my hand against you to send you tumbling down from the crags and make you a burned out mountain. No one will make cornerstones or foundation stones from you again, but you will be desolate forever, says Adonai. Raise up a banner in the land, blow the shofar amongst the nations, prepare the nations for war against her, summon kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, appoint an officer against her, bring up horses like bristling grasshoppers, prepare the nations against her, the kings of the Medes, his governors and deputies, and all the land he controls. The earth quakes and rises as Adonai's designs against Bavel are fulfilled, to make the land of Bavel a ruin, with no one living there. Bavel's warriors have given up fighting. They remain in their fortresses. Their courage has failed. They are now like women. Her homes are on fire, her gate bars broken. One runner runs to meet another. Messenger to meet messenger, to report to the king of Bavel that every part of his city is taken. The fords have been occupied and the swamp thickets set on fire, while the warriors are seized with panic.
Thank you, Isabel. And to carry on to the end, I think it's to the end, is Consuelo.
For thus says Jehovah, Master of Legions, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor at the time of its threshing. In a little while, the harvest time will have come for her. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, devoured me and demolished me. He left me like an empty vessel. He swallowed me like a serpent. He filled his stomach with my delicacies. He washed me out. May the violence done against me and my sustenance be upon Babylon, says the inhabitants of Zion, and my blood upon the inhabitants of the Chaldeans, says Jerusalem. Therefore, thus says Jehovah, behold, I take up your grievance and avenge your vengeance, and I will dry out its sea, and I will dry up its sores. Babylon will be a heap, a lair of jackals, desolate and a source of whistling, without inhabitant. Together the enemies will roar like a lion, whelps, they growl like lion cubs. During their drunkenness, I will spoil their drinking parties. I will intoxicate them so that they become merry. They will sleep an eternal sleep and never awaken. The word of Jehovah. I will bring them down like fatted sheep from this ladder, like rams and goats. How has Sheshach been captured and the glory of the whole world ceased? How has Babylon become a desolation among the nations? The sea has risen against Babylon. She has been covered over by the multitude of its waves. Its cities have become desolate, an arid land and a desert, a land in which no man lives, and through which no human passes. I will deal with Bel in Babylon, and I will remove from his mouth what he has swallowed, and nations will no longer be drawn to him. Even the wall of Babylon will tumble. Go out from his midst, my people, and let each man save his soul from the burning anger of Jehovah. Lest you be disheartened and frightened by the report that will be heard in the land. A report will come that year, and after it a report for the next year. Violence in the land, and one ruler after another. Therefore, behold, days are coming when I will deal with the graven idols of Babylon, and its entire land will be ashamed, and all its slain will fall in its midst. Heaven and earth and all that is in them will rejoice over Babylon, for the plunderers will come to it from the north. The word of Jehovah. Because Babylon caused the slain of Israel to fall, and because of Babylon, the slain of the entire land fell. O survivors of the sword, go forth, do not stand still. Remember Jehovah from the distance, and let Jerusalem come up in your hearts. We were ashamed, for we heard words of disgrace, embarrassed, cover our faces, for foreigners set upon the sanctuaries of Jehovah's temple. Therefore, behold, days are coming, the word of Jehovah, when I will attend to their graven idols, and in all their land the mortally wounded will groan. Even if Babylon were to ascend to the heavens, and even if she were to fortify the heights of her strongholds, pillars would come to her from me, the word of Jehovah. A sound, a cry from Hashem, from Babylon, and of a great calamity from the land of the Chaldeans. For Jehovah is plundering Babylon, and he will end the loud sound from it. Their waves roar like many waters. The din of their voices went forth. For upon her, upon Babylon, a plunderer is coming. Her warriors will be captured, and their bows will be smashed. For Jehovah is a God of retribution. He will surely exact recompense. I will intoxicate her officers and her wise men, her governors, her deputies, and her warriors. They will sleep an eternal sleep and never awaken. the word of the king, Jehovah, master of legions, is his name. Thus says Jehovah, master of legions, the broad walls of Babylon will be completely uprooted, and her toll gates will be set on fire. The peoples will toil in great futility, and nations shall become exhausted through much fire. This is the word of Jeremiah the prophet, commanded to Seraiah, son of Neriah, son of Mashiach, when he went with Zedekiah, king of Judah, to Babylon in the fourth year of his reign. Seraiah was in charge of tribute. Jeremiah wrote down all the misfortunes that were to come upon Babylon in one book. All these prophecies are written about Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Seraiah, when you arrive in Babylon, you shall see and read all these words and say, Jehovah, you have spoken of destroying this place, so that there should not longer be an inhabitant in it, from man to beast, for it shall be an eternal wasteland. And then when you finish reading this book, tie the stone onto it and throw it into the midst of the Euphrates, and say, that shall Babylon sink, that shall Babylon sink and not rise, because of the evil that I am bringing against it, and they will grow exhausted. Until this point are the prophecies of Jeremiah.
Thank you, Consuelo. Wow. So one of the things I want to bring out is Jeremiah is writing this just as Israel is about to go into captivity, or did it say here he went down, Jeremiah went down to Babylon? He went with Zedekiah. So he went with Zedekiah. Okay. So he's written this about Babylon. They got to live in Babylon for at least 70 years. And then Cyrus comes along, he defeats it. And then Cyrus occupies Babylon for a time. I'm not sure how long. If we look at Babylon today, it's not there. Then we look at the book of Revelation. I believe it's 13 or 18. And it says, they're talking about Babylon in the last days. So where is it? Jeremiah. Yeah, Revelation 18 is echoing this verse here, this chapter here. So where's Babylon? Where's Babylon today? Where's Babylon in these last days? Who is because Jeremiah is not talking, or was he talking about, the Babylon back in his time? Or is Revelation talking about the Babylon back in that time? Nobody wants to take this on. Okay, so some people today are saying that the United States is the Babylon of the Bible. Well, I just want to go to verse 48. Verse 48, Consuelo read that. Then the heavens and the earth and all that is in them shall sing joyously over Babylon, for plunderers shall come to her from the north, says the Lord. So with this verse alone, Canada is about to invade the United States and destroy it. Canada, with her 3 tugboats as our Navy, and our 4 tanks, and our, 15 overweight soldiers.
What about the Mounties?
No, the Mounties, they're different. We need the Mounties to ride a horse. So, is the United States Babylon?
No.
Why do people continue to insist it is?
I don't think there's one nation that is Babylon in this modern era. I think Babylon represents the whole of fake religion When you think about it, everybody always used to say that's the Catholic Church. It's Babylon's Catholic Church. But
But before we get too sidelined, because I know where a lot of people will say that.
Yeah.
What does the Bible say is Babylon? Because the Bible does tell you, which is why I'm bringing the subject up.
Isn't that the woman riding the beast?
That's the woman riding the beast
Right.
okay. So the beast is Babylon, or the woman is the great whore. Okay. So, but who is Babylon? Grant?
Well, as I've understood it, and correct me if I'm wrong, the system is all these world nations getting together against his Israel, and the whore, which encompasses every foul bird, every hateful bird, rides its back, and that's going to devour her. But it represents every nation against the nation of God, as far as I knew.
Okay, so you're taking some of the constellation, which is the bird devouring the serpent. That's the serpent representing Babylon. Again, a lot of this language in Isaiah comes from the constellation. So in the constellations, we have the beast called the beast of Cetus. It's a huge thing that lives in the water. We just read Jehovah's going to dry up the waters of Babylon. So Cetus being the serpent in the water. And we even said that here, the serpent is, verse 34, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, has devoured me. He has crushed me. He has made me an empty vessel. So this is a victim of the beast power. He has swallowed me up like a monster. The word monster is, okay, I'll just share my screen. Let me just check this with you. Make sure that I'm saying this correctly. Jeremiah, what are we in? Jeremiah, what chapter? 51. Jeremiah 51.
That's the dragon.
I'm sorry, Consuelo, say that again.
I think that was a dragon. Isn't that a dragon that came from the sea?
Well, that's what we're going to look up here. What verse am I looking for now? 34, I said? Yes, 34. 34. Okay. Devoured me, has crushed me, and has made me an empty vessel. He has swallowed me up like a dragon. So there's the word dragon. Okay. A tana, a large unknown sea animal. Sea animal, serpent, a whale, a monster. So this is a monster, a serpent that lives in the sea. Both those descriptions are correct. Both those descriptions come from the constellations. So the dragon, or Draco, is the dragon. The serpent is about to swallow the man-child. The serpent, Cetus, another constellation, is about to attack and destroy Andromeda, who represents Israel. The woman. So again, the woman here can be two different things. It can be Israel that rides the beast. Again, the beast has got two ribbons connected to it. Those two ribbons go up to the constellation of the two fish. The lower fish represents Judah. The upper fish represents Israel. The woman that rides the beast. We often think of this woman that's riding the beast as the Catholic Church, which is Europa, another legend of the woman who rides the beast being the bull, which is Cush or Nimrod or Ham. Again, all these things are being connected together, overlaid together. From the same marinate monster, the sea serpent, or jackal, dragon, sea monster, serpent, whale. So there's the word that's being used here. So all of these connect to the constellation. Again, who is the beast here? I mean, who is this Babylon beast? Brian.
Yeah, I had heard or read somewhere regarding Saudi Arabia, because of the wealth that they have accumulated, the opulence of hotels and putting ski resorts in the middle of the desert over there. And they really, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but they can actually go skiing.
I have seen it. It's actually pretty cool.
It's crazy, but they've got so much wealth, they don't know what to do with it. In verse, was it 14? It says, "Surely I will fill you with men as with locusts, and they shall lift up a shout against you. I don't know what they do in a Mecca, is that when they go around the big black box and they fill you with a bunch of people walk around there for jihad, or not jihad, but I don't even know what the
Their
feast
worship.
is.
Their worship
Yeah.
of, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. What?
Yep.
And they got, and then invasion of locusts there several years ago. So I mean, there are signs that point to possibly being Saudi Arabia. Then, in case they could be invaded from the north, there are many nations above Saudi Arabia that could invade her. She's by many waters, by the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean. So I don't know. That's one option that I heard.
Okay, so I've thrown out the United States. Brian's thrown out Saudi Arabia. Ryan, who's the Babylon here? Who did you say? Did you say the United States?
No.
Okay.
Before I was rudely interrupted. I was going to say, I don't think it's any one nation.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't think it's any one nation. I think it's a mixture of all nations almost. It's false religion. It's false religion. It's a mirage. That's what she's called the great whore, right? The children of Israel, they were a whoring about.
But hang on,
idols.
I'm interrupting you again.
Okay.
So, but the whore is the one that rides the beast. The whore is not the beast.
No, she's not the beast.
Okay.
I'm not saying that she is.
Well, I'm asking who is the beast.
Well, the beast. Well, look, the beast is coming to destroy the great whore, right?
Yes.
So what the beast wants to do is unify. What the whore wants to do is be just that, a whore. She wants everything, right? She just wants to be with everybody. But the beast knows that can't be. So they want to be unified. So they get rid of the woman. They get rid of that old whore because she's no good. And who else in our time other than, well, we all know. I don't want to be too plain about it, but I mean, I'm just saying, we all know there's a particular religion that's going to rise up and it's going to unify, and it's going to take out all these other little harlots, these idol religions, and it's going to bring them all under one banner. And that's going to be the beast system. And I don't think it's going to be one in one nation, but it'll be a mixture of them all.
And with that, I think you're right.
There you go.
I may not agree about the woman, being the beast, but yeah, you're getting to where I'm trying to get to. Grant, go ahead.
Well, she's riding the beast. The beast is using her. But the fact that the beast devours her says, okay, we're done with her, like the mafia does when they get rid of people. They say, oh, you're no good anymore. So when they're done with her, they'll eat her, they'll devour her. But they're using her to try to unify people. And I think that's what Ryan was trying to hit on.
So we've now taken slaps at Islam, Christian, Catholicism, and now the mafia. Man, I'm going to get so many people mad at me here. Sarkis, go ahead.
You're going to have a lot of people mad at you, Joe. You got a lot of people.
Okay, let's look at Revelation 12. What happens to the woman? She's taken out she's given 2 wings and went to wilderness.
Oh, that's one woman. Is that the whore?
Hold on. You go to Revelation 17 and says, what do you see? A woman in the wilderness. It's the same book that referring to the woman in chapter 12. I'll let you handle
it. Okay, so let me back up here, because what I was hoping to do, and I kind of got it. I got a spectrum of where people think that and I like to go back to let the Bible tell me. You all say, well, the Bible showed me that. I'm going to go back to Daniel. And I want to say there's the image of the great image, I believe is chapter 2. The head of gold is Babylon. Then it says the arms and the shoulders are the Medes and the Persians. Again, you know where they are on a map. And then the next one it says is the belly and thighs. That's the Greek Empire. So we go from the Babylonian Empire to the Medo-Persian Empire to the Greek Empire. Then we got the legs, the 2 different legs coming down. And people say that's the Roman Empire. And then we got at the end of the age, we got the feet and the toes. So just with that little bit of information, I've now already derailed you. And it derailed me for a long time. So there's a small problem in there. Out of the Medo-Persian Empire came not 2 legs, but 4 empires. And those 4 empires then got eaten up by each other to become 2. And they went north and south, and they also went east and west. And so we have this play on north, south, east, and west going on all the time. The king of the north and king of the south, the Constantinian Roman Empire versus the Pope Empire in Rome. So Constantinople versus Rome, and it got divided east and west. But then we also have north and south, Europe and the Middle East, or North Africa. And with that mentality, I was taught through the Worldwide Church of God, which I learned a lot of good things from, so I'm not trying to knock them. But if you're basing your religion on teachers from the middle of the 18th century, the early 1800s, late 1800s, early 1900s, then you're going to be wrong almost 100% of the time. Not that they weren't good teachers, but they were operating under a system at that time based on what they knew at that time. We are now operating under a whole different set of rules because we got the telephone, we got TV, we got jet airplanes, we got cars, we got tanks, we got a whole different understanding that they didn't have.
The world is one.
The what?
The world is one.
What do you mean the world as one? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
The world is one.
The world is one.
There's no more language barriers hardly anymore. I mean, everything is available.
Yeah, we got AI, right?
Yeah.
So AI's just come on the world scene in the last 2 years. Okay, so we got all these different things. But in that analogy that I was taught by the Worldwide Church of God, we had the 10 toes being the 10 toes from Europe. And so the book that I'm writing now, I've spent a lot of time addressing this subject. Our thinking has always been Eurocentric. So those 10 toes are going to be 10 nations of Europe. Now there's 27, I believe 27 nations in the European Union. England just left. They brought Scotland out with them. They left in 2020. Again, they were in there for exactly a 49-year period, the same as the United States in the UN thing. So we got those 2 examples. But right now, is that the proper understanding? Because in the entire beast system understanding, most Western nations go to the Eurocentric thinking. And they try and make, and I tried to make, Europe with a German-led union of 10 nations, the end-time beast. And I did that for the longest time. I see you, Tom. I'm just going to hold off for a minute. So I wrestled with that, but it did not make sense with world politics today. Now, so we got Daniel's golden image, the statue image, Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greeks, and Rome, or Greeks and the Roman Empire. And they take over the exact same landmass each time. Each empire takes over the same landmass. There is no jumping across the Atlantic Ocean. Now, on the other hand, we have Israel and the 10 tribes of Israel, and Judah coming back to the land of Judah, but Israel being dispersed into the northwestern Europe, becoming a prominent nation of England. And out of that prominent nation of England comes her brother, Manasseh and Ephraim, the United States and the United Kingdom. So if the United States is part of the 10 tribes, then how does the Israel become the beast? So that's a question I've wrestled with. It doesn't make sense in my brain. If the United States had been given all the blessings of Abraham, which she has, then that can't make her the beast. But the United States or Israel will look like the whore that rides the beast. And it's Israel in the constellation of Cetus. It's Israel that's tied to the rock and about to be destroyed. And it's Israel that's rescued at the very last minute by Perseus and made the queen, right? That's, Israel and God getting married. So the beast is the question. Who's the beast? It can't be Andromeda. That's the woman. That's the whore. That's Israel. Who's the beast? Again, the beast system in Daniel, the Babylonians, the Medo-Persians, the Greeks, and the Roman Empire. Inside that beast system is another beast that nobody talks about. We're not allowed to talk about it. We are called names if we do talk about it. Inside that system is another beast system. It's called the Islamic beast system. Islam is that beast system, and every box in Revelation that needs to be ticked off fits Islam. So when a line rises up, again, there's another promotion, the line rises up. I've given out the first draft. I then made a mistake, had to go back and rewrite from the chapter 1, rewrite the entire book again. I'm now on the last chapter. I'm trying to wrap it up, and if I just throw it out right now because I'm sick and tired of writing this book, that could happen. But that changed, that first realization changed, because it now describes the beast of Daniel, of Revelation 13. It describes the beast to the detail. Islam is that beast. The little horn is Shia, not Sunni. The little horn is Shia. The leader of that little horn is the Ayatollah. The Catholic Church, in every publication of the Catholic Church, never once claimed to replace or to be God. A Protestant paper accused the Catholic Church of being that, and that's the one that's being circulated. But the Catholic Church never claims that honor or that role, but Islam does, in the form of the Ayatollah's office. It's the one speaking great things, speaking evil things against the children and treading them underfoot. It fits all these boxes each and every time when you apply it. So that's what I'm showing you in the book. Is the United States the beast? No. Is Islam, is Europe the beast? No. But no and yes. So there's a no with a yes. Is Islam the beast? In 2011, Syria had a civil war, and it went on and on and on, and hundreds of thousands of people killed. And then ISIS took over in 2014. And then ISIS got the world all upset when they kidnapped and raped the Yazidi women and killed all the men. And then they had the Yazidi women as sex slaves. Some of them are still there today. The United States came in and they destroyed ISIS and a bunch of other nations with them. But then something else happened. Millions of people marched unrestrained into Europe, and they were invited there by Angela Merkel, the leader of Germany. That was 2014, 2015. That is now 10 years ago. Now, all across Europe, every winter scene is being invaded by Muslims chanting and praying, or Muslims driving a van through the marketplace. Christmas trees being burnt. Yes. So I'm kind of conflicted because, yes, we're not supposed to keep Christmas, and yet when we see the Muslims actually obeying that law, we're offended. So if you're not supposed to keep Christmas, why are we offended? Because we are. But Islam is actually doing that. They blew up that statue of a Buddha, and we're offended. But they're doing exactly what Torah says to do. Again, so Islam is fitting all the check marks in Revelation 13. Is that the beast? What is the beast now? Brian started to say it's more of a religious system. The 10 toes, they don't click together. They don't mesh together. Who are they? Europe is meshed together. The 10 toes, if the 10 toes in Europe, they're solidified under the European Union. They work together. But in Islam, we have all these different Arabic groups that never work together. They always fight each other all the time. There's never any unity between any of them, except when they fight against Israel. So there's a lot of different things going on here. So if you begin to look at the beast as Islam, and you begin to look at the 10 toes as Arabic nations working together in a unified cause, and then you start to look at them as ISIS or an ISIS-type caliphate. It was dead. Okay, so the Ottoman Empire was killed in 1918, the World War I. And yet it came back. It was dead and came back. Again, that description is describing them. 666 is describing them. I want you to get the book when it comes out. Yeah, this is a plug for the book, but I also want you to understand who the beast power is and who it is not. It is not the United States, but the United States will be taken out. They're not there at the end of this end time prophecy, not as that great American power, but they will be a remnant amongst the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay, I've gone on long enough. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if I should. I just. I've been wondering. It says in the 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings, and we just automatically say, "Oh, it's talking about kingdoms or countries." How do we know it's not talking about 10 kings? Maybe it's actually talking about 10 kings. You know, you get the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the kingdom of Morocco. These are all.
Yes.
And then there were also the Denmark, the king of Denmark, and the king of England. So could it be actual kings?
So if you take the kingdom,
I don't know.
If you take the Muslims themselves in the Middle East, they are right now got a number of different kingdoms. If you look at the ones signing the Abraham Accord, I believe those are kingdoms. And I believe, I'm suspicious right now that the Abraham Accord is going to identify those 7 kings that are going to come together. 3 of them have fallen. All right. Do you know the 3 that have fallen?
No, I don't claim to know anything.
So
Fear God and keep his commandments. That much I know.
So the 3 that have fallen, the 3 that have fallen have been taken over by a certain one right now. I'll just leave that as a mystery for you. So you got to get the book. Now you got to get the book so you can read it.
Don't give him too much, Joe.
No. So again, look at the Abraham Accord. Look at the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood is possibly leading these, and again, I'm speculating here. The Muslim Brotherhood is leading these 10 kings. Everyone that's involved with the Muslim Brotherhood is, you know, they say, yeah, to Israel, but they're ready to destroy Israel at the first chance. So there's a false, you know, peace. When there's no peace, this is what we got coming. Shane.
Well, I just want to say, I know I agree with you guys about the beast system being Islam, but I also think guilty by association that these countries who are aiding and abetting this ideology of Islam is part and can be part of the beast system. That's just my opinion, but that's what I see.
Again, so if you are, yes, and you're right. So which is why I brought up the European Union. They have been invaded by these 3 million people. They have not assimilated into those societies. They have now talking openly about taking over each of those countries. England, Europe, Germany, Belgium, France. I used to look forward to going to Europe for a vacation. Europe is off my checklist. It's not one of the places I want to go to now.
It's growing here rapidly.
And it's growing here rapidly.
New York City.
Yeah.
How is the great United States ever going to be defeated by an outside army? I go to Steve Spikerman. Steve Spikerman writes in his books about the United States. George Washington saying the United States would never be defeated by an outside source. It would be defeated by an inside source inside the United States. So I believe you're watching this happen right now. The Mandami just took over New York on as mayor on January 1. He was swearing in under the with his hand on the Quran. Okay, so the Quran isn't part of the American Constitution, right? So here we have this coming in, and now it's going to be acceptable. If it's acceptable, then the Bible is going to be thrown out the window. You cannot speak against or say anything against Iran, but you can speak and trash Christians or Jews till the cows come home. But if you see anything against Islam, it's called Islamophobic, and you can be locked up and put in jail. This is what's turned everything upside down, which is why even talking about this subject here is sometimes trepidatious. We got to be careful.
Yeah.
Grant, go ahead.
Yes. Well, when talking about Angela Merkel and as an example, and them going into Europe and mixing, brings back to mind when he said, I will send against you an ungodly nation and to judge you, and then I will judge that nation. That's why they're getting away with trashing the idols of Christmas and so on. They're doing certain things, and they claim Abraham as their father, but they're no better off at serving the God of Abraham than the Pharisees. But they're used to judge now, and they will eventually be judged themselves.
So what you're all doing is you're taking the Bible from being that, Shabbat thing or Sunday school thing that we used to do, and you're now making it a real life thing. Who is Babylon? It's here right now. It's all around us. So yes, it's very real. Sarkis.
I think many of us don't see that we already have a Trojan horse that allowed all this stuff to happen. And we don't understand who is the Trojan horse. The Trojan horse is the liberalism and the progressism that taught us we're not under law. The law has been crucified. It's been nailed on the cross. We don't need to keep the law. And in the process, they've changed our culture. They've changed our values system. They changed our Judeo-Christian system and introduced different religions. And this is where we are today because we've allowed and we've compromised and let the Trojan horse inside.
Again, this goes back right to what I said before in Thessalonians. Because you did not have a love of the truth in the first place, I will give you over to the lie, or I'll give you over to your liberalism, your wanting to experiment with all these other religions. I'll give them to you. Let you get your belly full of them.
Not only that, but what you're looking at, we just read Leviticus 14, what you bring into your house.
Exactly.
So
that's
the Trojan horse. That's the Trojan horse. And,
yes.
And because of that, there's something that a lot of people don't talk about. Our history is missing the history of the enemy of the Western civilization.
And Sarkis, you're spot on. Again, this is another huge section in the book. that I walk you through that history.
Good job.
Our ancestors in Europe fought in the Middle Ages. They fought for their lives, for the European nations, to drive Islam, the Moors, that's what they were called then, out of Europe, out of Spain, out of the Balkans. They didn't drive them out of the Balkans, but they did kick them out of Spain. At the same time, they kicked the Jews out of Spain. All we hear is about the Jews in 1492, but at the exact same time, or just before that, all Moors had to leave Spain. And I don't know how they did it. They just said, you got to get up and go, and they did. I don't know how they did that, but they did. So again, there's a huge history here that we're forgetting. And now, without a shot being fired, we've invited them into the... How come none of these Muslims, refugees, fled the Middle East and went to Chechnya or Saudi Arabia or Iran?
Neighboring countries.
Why didn't they go there? No, they came to the West. There's a bigger plan afoot here. That plan is tied into what Jehovah's doing. And so that the beast is going to devour the woman, you're going to see a lot more Christian churches burned and destroyed. You're going to see a lot more intimidation of Muslims praying outside and around, circling in a church. It's an intimidation. I wrote before about Germany in their soap operas, German soap operas, saying on TV that they were wrong for believing in Christianity. This mother talking to her son, we were wrong for being Catholics. We should be Muslims. And then she began to pray to Allah in that particular soap opera. That soap opera was, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, not recently that I wrote about it. I want to bring up another point here. Let me share my screen. Share my screen. I've mentioned this before. We are in, where are we? Jeremiah 51.
51.
Jeremiah 51. We are in 44. 44. And I will punish Bel in Babylon. And then back in verse 20, he's talking about the battleaxe here. So I want to show you something here. I've mentioned this before. Verse 20, the battleaxe. Thou art my battle. So Babylon is his battleaxe. Hang on. Think about that. Babylon is his battleaxe. The Babylons, the Medo-Persians, the Egyptians, not the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Romans, and now Islam is Jehovah's battleaxe. Oh, crap. What? Yes. Jehovah is using them for his will. Why? Because we as a people would not serve or obey Jehovah. So the battleaxe here is a club, a scatter, club. The scattering of pieces as when a club smashes a pot. Boom. Okay, that, for me, that's a huge thing right there. Oh, you may not know what I'm talking about. Let's go to Daniel. Somebody help me. What's the verse in Daniel for the fourth empire? Anyone? Is it Daniel 2? No, not Daniel. I want the fourth beast. Daniel 7? Anybody? I can't see the chat. You have to speak out.
Chapter 7, verses 7 and 8, and 19 and 23.
7 and 8. After this, I saw, I'll put this in English. And I looked into the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, frightening and terrifying. So there's only four beasts, right? The Babylonians, the Medo-Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. There's only four beasts. The Roman Empire is part of that fourth beast. inside that Roman Empire is what we're talking about. It doesn't jump and become a fifth beast. It doesn't go to Russia. It doesn't go to the Americas. It stays in that geographical area. And great iron teeth, and it devoured and broke in pieces and stamped the rest with his feet. And it was different from all the beasts before it. And it had 10 horns. That's bringing us down to our time now. It stamped the rest with his feet. What was the other two verses, Ryan?
19 and 23.
19 and 23. Then I wanted to know the truth of the fourth beast, which was different from all the others, very frightening, whose teeth were of iron, and his nails of bronze, who devoured and broke in pieces, and stamped the rest with his feet. And the 10 horns which his head, which came up before with mouth of broken. Nope, that's not it. So it's breaking in pieces what I want here, right? So there's another one which shall have dominion and just the whole earth and trample it and crush it. The fourth beast shall be a fourth kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth and shall trample it and crush it. Okay. The crushing and the trampling is having dominion. This ties back into the prophecy given to Esau from Isaac. So I was just in Jeremiah 51, and I'm talking about verse 20, the battleaxe. All right? You are my war club. You are my battleaxe. Battleaxe scatters, club, the scattering of pieces of when a club smashes a pot. This fourth beast is Jehovah's beast. This fourth empire that breaks in pieces and smashes the earth is Jehovah. Not Jehovah, it's Jehovah's battleaxe. It's his club. Mapets, war club, battleaxe, hammer. Okay, why am I bringing this up? Because every picture of Cush, every image, a hieroglyph of Cush is pictured with him with some sort of hammer or battle axe or weapon that breaks in pieces the whole earth. That takes place. So now we go to Jeremiah verse 44. 44. 44. And I will punish Bel in Babylon. Who's Bel? Bel, Lord, chief Babylonian deity. By contraction of Baal of the Babylonians. Let's see what this one is. Baal, okay. So another word that I have, a Phoenician deity, there we go. The same as that one. Let's go to that one. Husband, Lord Baal. Okay, so another word that I have is Bel. Where's my note here? Bel is also Merodach. And I don't think we read Merodach here, but Merodach is in Jeremiah. Maybe somebody can find that for me. Bel is the same as Merodach. Merodach is the confounder. I believe we read that the other day. And the confounder is Cush. What Jehovah is doing here is he's giving you an example of where this Babylonian system came into being. It came in through Cush. Yes, Ham is the father and the son who has sex with his mother, Noah's wife. The son, Cush, is the interpreter of prophecies. That's where we get Mercury from. Merodach. Is anyone able to look up Merodach for me? Merodach?
Yeah, it's Jeremiah 50, verse 2.
Jeremiah 50, verse 2. Go back here, share my screen.
Oh, yeah, Shane put it in the chat, too.
Okay, I can't see the chat when I'm on here.
Okay.
Jeremiah 50, verse 2. Declare ye among the nations and publish and set up a standard. Publish and conceal not. Say Babylon is taken. Bel is confounded. So there, Bel is confounded. And Merodach. So we've looked up Bel. Bel is Baal. Merodach, the rebellion. The leader of the rebellion was Cush, the chief deity of the Babylonians in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Merodach. So that is Cush. Let me see if we got another connection here. Merodach Baladan, Marduk. So Marduk again. So Marduk is connected to
Gilgamesh.
I want to say not Gilgamesh. No, I don't want. I'm getting the Tammuz. I'm trying to get to the Christmas guy at Christmas time. Moloch. No, not
Moloch.
Moloch. Man, my brain's going bad. To Moloch. Marduk is connected to Moloch. So that's the Christmas god. And all this stuff, who else we got here? For 400 Arabian Baladan, the Babylon king Baladan, compared to this one, chief deity of the Babylonians at the time of Nebuchadnezzar, Merodach. So again, the rebellion. The rebellion's taking you back to Cush. Cush, if you look up the other name for Cush and the rebellion, he's the ringleader. He's the one that started this. So why am I bringing this all up? Because when we go down here to no, I didn't write it down. Yes, I did write it down. Verse 7. Let me go back here. Verse 7. So 51:7. 51:7. And I said this last week or the week before. You devoured them with the adversary, said.
You're in 50.
51:7. Thank you. Babylon, a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunken. Right? The earth is drunk. Now jump to Revelation. What does it say in Revelation? Let me see if I can get that verse here. Sakar. No, it doesn't give me Revelation. So in Revelation, either 13 or 18, it's talking about Babylon, drunken with the blood of the saints, drinking from the cup. The golden cup there is the same golden cup that Jeremiah is talking about here. What does the golden cup represent? The golden cup represents, so the hieroglyph of Cush in Egyptian hieroglyphs is a golden cup. That represents the young Cush, the rebel who led people away from Torah right after the flood. Cush is the one that sets up Babylon. Nimrod is given the credit. But Cush and Nimrod are partners. They're father and son partners setting up Babylon. But then they have the same problem happens, and Nimrod rebels against Cush. And Nimrod takes over for Babylon, and Cush and the Cushites move down into what is northern India, but they also move down into Egypt and become part of the Egyptian religious ceremony. And that's where the Egyptians take on this story, which is then passed on to the Cushites of India and becomes part of the Indian story. It's the same story, same false religion. And I'm just showing how this cup, this golden cup, is now found in, I shouldn't have taken that out.
And Joe, it's Revelation 17:4.
Thank you. Revelation 17. So now the golden cup comes up in, I just had it just fell out. Oh, I know where it's going. Numbers 5. Numbers 5. To the unclean people. Numbers 5, we'll start down here, verse 11. And Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, If any man's wife goes astray and has committed trespass offering, a man lie with her. Okay, so this is the sota. A woman who goes astray is the Hebrew word sota. What's going on here? We go down to the cup. And the priest shall take the oath and say to the woman, verse 19, if a man is laying with you, be under his husband free. But if you have gone astray, the priest shall charge the woman a water, and this water shall cause to go astray. The priest shall write these verses. So there it is, right here. Blot them out in bitter water. No, where's the cup? The cup has got to be here somewhere. Drink the bitter water, cause the curse. Defiled somewhere. So anyway, the woman has to drink the defiled water to prove that she has not slept with another man. The cup here is going back to Cush, the rebel, the rebellion. That's what this is about, the Sota woman. So again, we go back. Now I'm all over the place. I know it. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go back to the constellation. The sea monster, the beast, is going to eat the woman who's tied to the rock. That woman who's tied to the rock is the same woman that must drink the water here to prove that she has not slept with another man or another god, which is the beast or is Satan. Am I making sense, or am I just skipping along too fast?
No, you're making sense.
Okay. That cup that we all must drink is going to make your stomach swell out. That's caused by a famine. The reason the flesh falls off the thighs is again caused by a famine. You got no food to eat. If you are guilty, your stomach swells out. If you're not guilty, nothing happens to you. But if you're guilty, your stomach swells out. That's the famine. Where's the woman going to be during the famine? The righteous woman. Philadelphia church. Jehovah's going to protect you. He's going to put you in a place. Revelation 12. The woman flees for time and a half. Then again, the woman is protected for 1,260 days. That's a different time period. It's 2 time periods given you there. The total time period is these 7 years of segregation. Again, after you've been cleansed by the Red Heifer, July 12th, 2026, Revelation 13, Malachi 3:4. Again, all the stuff we've been talking about is coming together. You must study your Torah and not be studying all these other false teachings that lead you away, that lead you to worship the beast, lead you into another system that doesn't care about Torah, another idol in your sanctuary, another leprosy in your vocabulary. Are you connecting all the dots now? I have gone quickly through this because we don't have enough time. Danny.
Hello. Can you
Yeah,
hear
there
me?
you go. There you go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Cool. Well, where in your timeline, where is Hosea 2 comes to play? Does
What's
it have
Hosea 2?
Hosea 2 is something to do with the covenant being given in the wilderness?
You have to fill me in a little bit more. What do you mean?
We gotta
In the
go there.
wilderness?
Yeah, it's basically when the gathering of all the believers from outside Israel. It would say that the covenant is going to be given to the beasts of the field, to the birds of the air, and basically those are metaphors for Gentiles becoming Israelites, they're now grafted in. So that's
Have you
similar.
got a verse?
Yeah, let's start with let me go over there. So
verse 18.
And in that day I will cut a covenant for them. So who are we talking about here? The Lord's mercy on Israel. Therefore, behold, I will lure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak comfortably to her. Okay.
So that wilderness there is something that I was able to research and came up with the part wherein all of the believers will be gathered in Mount Sinai again. Remember, it's just like a repeat from the first covenant, or the Mosaic covenant was given. The new covenant will be the same. It's gonna be at Mount Sinai, and the reason yeah, go ahead.
No, so it says that he will speak with Israel face to face. I believe that's in Isaiah. I will speak with them face to face. That is during the time of the Great Tribulation. So what you're talking about here, I believe, is the second 3.5 year period when they are flee Jerusalem and they are in Moab. That's when he is destroying the remnant army of the world. And he comes there riding on a white horse with bloodstains on his side, with his name on his side.
So my question for you is: this going to happen after the 3.5 years of tribulation?
During the 3.5 years.
During the three. Okay, so if in that case, just like what happened in the Mosaic covenant, after 1 year, when they were given the Mosaic covenant, after 1 year, now they're marching towards the promised land. Of course, they messed it up over there because of the spies, but in this case, it's going to be Yeshua doing it, and it is 1 year. Did you?
No, it's not. It's not 1 year. So after the 3.5 year tribulation, at the end of that time, right? At the end of that time, the Shavuot's got to take place where the dead are raised up. That takes place at the third year of the 3.5 years, or the final half year, whatever you want to call it. At that time, David's raised up. So now you go to Micah, no, not Micah, you go to Isaiah, can't remember the verse, where David is leading Israel up to Jerusalem and Jehovah's leading him.
Okay, so can I interject one portion? Yep. The covenant is basically the marriage covenant, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, the same ketubah.
So what happens to Deuteronomy 24:5, wherein it says after 1 year of marriage, they will now be allowed to attack. They can go to war. After 1 year.
That's a man, not going to war in his first year of his marriage.
Right. So the covenant being given there in the wilderness after 1 year, but you said 3.5 years, but I think it's 1 year, because after 1 year, now they can go.
So you're saying that Jehovah wouldn't be able to go to war because he's in this marriage covenant.
Right.
So we're not getting married. We're reviewing the covenant, the ketubah again. We're not getting married at that time.
Okay.
The marriage doesn't take place.
Okay, you have a different understanding with my understanding of Hosea too. So that's okay. I just want to.
So you got to apply it to the holy days.
Right.
The holy days are taking place right now. So we're in the middle of the 10 days of awe. At the end of the 10 days of awe is the Day of Atonement, when Satan will be locked away at the end of this 6th millennial day, which is right now. That 10th day, according to everything that we know, is 2033. The marriage is the next feast day. That's Sukkot. That does not take place yet. That takes place at the end of the 7th millennium, not at the end of the 6th. So to try and apply that now is I believe, taking scriptures out of context. According to the holy days themselves, that takes place at the end of the 7th millennium, just as we're about to begin the 8th millennium. That's what the 8th day represents.
Okay. All right. I got to read up. That's in what book do you have there, Joe?
10 days of awe, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. But each holy day, each book covers a different holy day, but the 8th day book hasn't been written yet. It's half written. It's still on the shelf.
Okay.
So the 10 days law might cover that, but the holy days, understanding the whole plan of salvation, you got to understand the holy days.
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's good. Thank you.
Ryan.
I was just going to say that I thought it was fascinating that the only place in the Bible where we see this this law of jealousy in practice with the soda woman is when Moses comes down from Sinai and the people are worshiping the golden calf, and he melts it and he
grinds it,
makes them drink it.
Yep.
So I just thought that that's a fascinating connection, because it's, you know, the law of jealousy is adultery in a physical sense, but when you see it actually done, the only place in the Bible where it's actually done is spiritual fornication or idolatry. I just thought that connection
That's correct.
is amazing.
But Moses isn't the only place. Yeshua dying on the tree was another place that was being acted out. Every detail of the Sota woman, Yeshua fulfilled.
Right.
All right. There are other examples along the way, which my brain escapes me right now. But again, we explain this in the 10 Days of Awe book. So again, we're going back. We've seen, I don't think we've drifted too far off, but the main subject today was Babylon, where that is and how that relates to where we are today in the end times. So again, if I've digressed a little bit, forgive me, but all these things that are there that we've been pointing out are happening now today. Sarkis.
Yeah, if you look at Jeremiah 51, 63 to 64, where it talks about, you know, tying a stone to the book and throwing it into the Euphrates River, and it causes destruction of Babylon. Compare that to Revelation 18:21. So you want to put it on the screen just for the fun?
I'm trying to get it up there. Yeah. Where do you want me to go? Jeremiah first?
Yeah, Jeremiah first, just to show the, you know, I'm just connecting the dots.
Yep, Jeremiah 51. What
60,
verse?
63 to 64.
Okay, there we go. And when you've made an end of reading this book, you shall tie a stone to it and throw it in the middle of the Euphrates. And you shall say, in this way shall Babylon sink and shall not rise from the evil that I will bring on it. So again, Jehovah is using Babylon as a battleaxe, but he's also going to destroy it. Now you want me to go to Revelation
18:21.
18:21. And one strong angel took up a stone. Oh, that's very good. Sorry, wow, I didn't realize it. Like a great millstone, and threw it into the sea, saying, so on an impulse, the great city Babylon will be thrown down, and not at all will be found anymore. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so what's the point you're trying to make, Sarkis?
The whore of 17 is different than the whore of 18.
Oh, the
They're
whore of
not
17.
identical.
The great prostitute of the beast and the beast.
And she, in 17, the prostitute, the woman is in the wilderness. And
But you're saying this woman is Israel, though. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And I'm not trying to contradict you. I'm just connecting the dots. You know, just
but there's also another whore that rides the beast. So Israel thinks it wants to be like the whore that rides the beast. I would not say that. It's an interesting challenge. Okay.
So
I saw a woman drunk with the blood of the saints. And if that is Israel, that doesn't make sense. Whereas Babylon drunk with the saints, that does make sense. I would say there's two different women who are both trying to ride the beast.
No.
Okay.
Because the consequences of both of them are different. Their actions, their behavior, their persecution, the 17 persecuting the saints of Yeshua, versus in 18 they're persecuting the prophets. They killed and persecuted the prophets and the saints of Yeshua. So And then their punishment are different. 17, the beast system uses the 10 horns to tear her down, to break the yoke from the beast, because she's riding the beast. That means she is controlling the beast. And therefore, the beast system uses the 10 horns to tear her apart, eat her flesh, and burn her. Versus in 18, the angel is destroying Babylon with the millstone, throwing and burning, just like in one day that happened with Sodom and Gomorrah. That's the description. And so when you start looking at the context, they're different. That's in my opinion,
Not.
and
It's interesting.
Could it also be that that it actually is too, Sarkis, the same woman? It's just that you're seeing 17 her destruction in the carnal, and then 18 is explaining what the spiritual side of things look like.
No, they're two different. They're two different entities.
What makes you say they're different?
Because the description in 17, the woman is in the wilderness. It's the same woman that given the wings to the wilderness in Revelation 12.
But you're only doing that because of the word wilderness. It's not necessarily the same woman.
No.
Well, why would God be hiding away? The woman in the wilderness that God is hiding away, that's the remnant.
How long is he hiding away? That's the question you have to ask. And it's all about sabbatical and jubilee years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Revelation 12 tells you how long.
Yeah, it's 3.5.
Revelation. Well, it's 2 periods of 3.5. Revelation 3 tells you that the Philadelphia church will be spared from all this somehow.
It
So
does not say Philadelphia, so we can't. You got to watch for that.
What?
It does not say Philadelphia.
Philadelphia in chapter 3, it does.
Yeah, but it does not specifically refer to it.
Well, hang on. Let's go there and read it. And to the angel of the church of Philadelphia, I know your works. I have given you before an open door, and no one can shut it, and have made a little strength, and have kept my word, and have not denied my name. Behold, I give out of those of the synagogue of Satan, saying themselves to be Jews, because they have kept my word, my patience. I will also keep you from the hour of temptation, which will come upon the inhabitable world, to try those who dwell on the earth. Behold, I come quickly, hold fast. So he's going to keep us from that hour. How?
Yeah, but it doesn't say where.
It doesn't say where. He's going to protect us from it.
Yeah, yeah.
So now, if you go to Revelation 12, the woman and the dragon, the woman is so this is a constellation of Virgo, the moon beneath her feet, and Draco or dragon beneath her, about to devour the child. The child is Yeshua. The woman is Israel. And, she's twice, she said, 1,260 days she's protected for. Another time is time and a half time. Those are two different seasons. They're not the same one.
Okay.
I used to think they were the same one.
Yeah, but that's not the woman in Revelation 17.
Well,
No.
Well, how son, that it's a discussion, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here is then how do we understand what's times and a half and 1,260 days? Everybody, for centuries, we know everybody says times and a half is 3.5 years, 1,260 days, 3.5 years, 42 months, 3.5 years. But if I use other terms that you've taught us in sabbatical and jubilee years studies, that a day could be a year. And the word weeks, it's not 7, it's 49. It's a jubilee. So we have to start using the same principles that you use with Daniel. We have to use it in Revelation. And my challenge to myself here is, can I use it? And I tried, and it's very fascinating. Times and a half, referring to me, my understanding is 2.5 jubilees. And why would I say that? Why? Because when did Israel become a nation? In 1948, the first year or second year of the 69 jubilee, or 69 week of Daniel. So we have two jubilees from Israel become a nation to 2045. But what happened before that? In 1922, League of Nations declared the intention to create a Jewish state in the land of Palestine. In 1947, which is 25 years later, United Nations declares to divide the land of Palestine between Jews and Arabs. The next year, Israel become a nation. So you're seeing here exactly 2.5 jubilees. I'm talking history here. I'm not just talking.
Where's the third jubilee?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So times is two times. A time is 1 time. That's 3.5 a time. So you've got 2.5 time. Where's the third time?
There's no third time because everybody misunderstands the word times. In Greek, it means second. The first, second, and a half. That's how it's interpreted. So we have to go challenge those definitions from what we've been taught in the church and change that.
So it's only 2.5. It's only 2.5 times.
Yes, 2.5 times, and that makes 2.5 jubilees.
Times, time, and a half time. You're saying it's only
first, second, and a half.
Okay.
And from 1922, when the announcement came from the League of Nations, that's when you start seeing things happening. It's exactly 2.5 jubilee from the first announcement. It's saying a woman is pregnant.
Yeah, but that's 2.5 jubilees to 2044.
Yes.
But not 2033.
Yeah, but remember, Yeshua said the time will be shortened. So we're not going to, okay? Not only that, just Yeshua says in Matthew 24, verse 37, just like in the days of Noah, so it will be in the time when the Son of Man comes. Okay? So Israel is a sign. Sabbatical and Jubilee is our sign. I'm just repeating what you taught me. They are signs.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm listening.
And the signs are meant to be what? To make announcement of Jehovah's movement, his activity, his calendar being activated, and demonstrated his actions, his movements. And this is what Daniel 9 is all about. The 7-week and 62-week is announcing when Israel become a nation. King David announced 7 weeks, 7 jubilees after Exodus, that Israel is a nation. It's a kingdom. Same thing happened in 1947, 62 jubilees after. I mean, 61, the beginning of the 62nd jubilee. So it is identical. It's announcement, it's sign, it's moedim for days and years. And it's 2.5 jubilees tells us that the time is here. And it's going to become shorter than Noah's days because no one lasts.
The same way that people thought I was nuts, we now think that you're nuts. So welcome to the club, Sarkis. Is somebody muting me on purpose?
I'm just repeating what you said.
No. Is somebody muting me on purpose or is that accidental? Because I'm wondering if something's going on. Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong, Sarkis. Just got to look into it more.
That's okay.
We have got to move on. We've got to move on. Hang on. No. We got to move on. It's 5 o'clock my time. We still got Proverbs and Acts to go through yet. So if you want to say something, do it quickly.
Well, I was going to connect what you said in Daniel 7 and 19 about the unknown beast who has iron teeth and brass nails. Okay.
Can you do it quickly?
Yeah. Connect that to Genesis chapter 4. Tubal Cain, the instructor of iron and brass. Just like in the days of Noah, so will be in the end times. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Good. We got more to discuss, more to talk about. We have more Shabbats coming up. We now got to move on, though. We are going to move on to Proverbs 26. And Richard gets to read the wisdom section today.
As snow is in summer and rain in harvest, so honor is not fitting for a fool. Like a flitting sparrow, like a flying swallow, so a curse without a cause shall not alight. A whip for the horse, a bridle for the donkey, and a rod for the fool's back. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest you also be like him. Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. He who sends a message by the hand of a fool cuts off his own feet and drinks violence. Like the legs of a lame that hang limp is the proverb in the mouth of a fool, in the mouth of fools. Like one who binds a stone in a sling is the one who gives honor to a fool. Let a thorn that goes into the hand of a drunkard, a proverb is a proverb in the mouth of fools. The great God who formed everything gives the fool his hire and the transgressor his wages. As a dog returns to his own vomit, so a fool repeats his folly. Do you see a man wise in his own eyes? There's more hope for a fool than for him. The lazy man says there's a lion in the road, a fierce lion in the streets. As the door turns on its hinges, so does the lazy man on his bed. The lazy man buries his hand in a bowl. It wearies him to bring it back to his mouth. The lazy man is wiser in his own eyes than 7 men who can answer sensibly. He who passes by and meddles in a quarrel not his own is like one who takes a dog by the ears. Like a madman who throws firebrand, arrows, and death is the man who deceives his neighbor and says, I was only joking. Where there is no wood, the fire goes out, and where there is no talebearer, strife ceases. A charcoal is the burning coals, and wood to fire. A charcoal is to burning coals, as wood is to fire. So is a contentious man to kindle strife. The words of a talebearer are like tasty trifles, and they go down into the inmost body. Fervent lips with a wicked heart are like earthenware covered with silver dross. He who hates disguises it with his lips and lays up deceit within himself. When he speaks kindly, do not believe him, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. Though his hatred is covered by deceit, his wickedness will be revealed before the assembly. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it, and he who rolls a stone will have it roll back on him. The lying tongue hates those who crushed it by, and a flattering mouth works ruin.
Thank you, Richard. The wise man of Proverbs. I want to go right to 20 and 21. There's a bunch here. They're all connected, I think. 20 and 21. Where there is no wood, the fire goes out, and where there is no talebearer, strife ceases. As charcoal is to burning coals, and wood to fire, so is a contentious man to kindling strife. What is Solomon saying here?
Isn't he talking about Lashon Hara?
Exactly. So explain it, Brian, if you don't mind.
Well, there's no wood, the fire goes out. If there's no gossip, there's nothing to say. If there's no underlying ulterior motives to speak about someone, then you just have nothing to say, and there's no fire to burn. Where there's no talebearer, strife ceases. If you just keep your mouth shut, there won't be no strife.
If there's no ear listening, if there's no one giving heed to the talebearer,
yeah,
if you just say, no, I'm not listening to that stuff, shut up.
That's it.
It's over. Suddenly that gossip, that juicy piece of information that you wanted to share, that your saliva is drooling off your face, that you're so eager to tell somebody, it's now over.
Yeah, there's no audience.
Where there is no audience. So the Kindle, so when I read this, everything Brian just said, 100% agree. Where I see this is the command to lighting a fire on Shabbat. Is there a connection to that? You shall not light a fire on Shabbat? Is that actually talking about lighting a fire when you're freezing here in northern Canada, it's minus 50 below? You know, you're going to die. Or is that got something to do with causing strife on Shabbat?
I think practically speaking, it's an example of what we shouldn't do, but spiritually speaking, it holds a deeper meaning, as you're pointing out. And I tend to agree with the spiritual aspect of it after the first. I mean, I can see it applying more readily throughout the year. Lighting a fire on Shabbat, spiritually speaking of someone, than a physical fire.
So if you and I agree, and I agree with what you're saying, am I lighting fires on Shabbat here every Shabbat when I try and get you guys fired up?
Yeah.
Maybe. You mean I can't microwave my coffee on Shabbat?
No, am I stirring the pot here, causing strife, debating these things and bringing these things to your understanding? Is that wrong?
No, you're bringing thought. You're making people think. I think that's wise to get people to think. I mean, the people we argue with every day with things that have to do with Scripture, it's you bring up things to make them think, to make them find the answers for themselves, and that to me is wisdom. It's bringing people to the truth who are trying to argue against it.
So, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a saying that says that if you've seen rabbis on a Shabbat studying Scripture, they're screaming at each other. I mean, they hold a viewpoint passionately. They will be spitting and fuming, and their blood pressure is rising, and they're adamant about what they believe. And it's not strife. Though I said, yeah, you're causing strife. Really, what you're doing is encouraging us to think and bringing us to thought and willing to defend what you believe and why you believe it. And that's
why we got the 3-foot rule when we're arguing, so that you don't spit in each other's face. You get so upset.
It works really good on Zoom because we remain spitless.
That's constantly wiping your screen here.
Yeah, there you go.
Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Ryan about this a while back. I said, when it says, plead my cause with them and strive with me, fight against them and fight against me, there's a striving to enter in by the straight gate. If we strive with the Lord and we're striving in his word, we're encouraging one another, we're exhorting, we're doing what Paul did, stirring it up to good and not to divide. The Lord divides by his spirit the goats from the sheep, but we're encouraging one another, strengthening one another. And that's like what Sarkis was saying. Is like, I think he makes a little sense here. But they're all learning, and it's by the word of God, but we're striving with each other to enter into the kingdom.
Okay. Good, very good. So now let me drop back to verse 18. Like a man who throws firebrands, okay, kindling a fire on Shabbat, arrows and death, is the man who deceives his neighbor and says, you know what, I was only joking. I didn't really mean that. How many of you have said that? I was only joking. The words have already gone out my mouth. You got mad. I was upset. I was only joking with you. I was only joking with them about you. I was only joking that, that Brian is really a jerk. I didn't mean that. I was only joking. Right?
Yep.
Guilty?
Yep.
Brian turned on the screen. Were you going to say something, Brian, or were you just giving me the evil eye?
I was sitting in awe over here thinking that you didn't like me anymore.
Okay. Verse 17 is another one. He who passes by and meddles in a quarrel not his own is like one who takes a dog by the ears. When you go by and you see a fight going on or a dispute going on, do you get involved? Or should you step back and watch and get all the facts first?
Yeah, I would say the latter is true.
There's a lot of people like to grab the dog by the ears.
Yep.
And then they get bit. And then they get mad at the dog for biting them. They should never have stuck their arm in there in the first place. So whose fault is it, the dog or them? It's them.
Mm-hmm.
The dog is in the middle of a fight. It could be protecting you from something. Could be that stranger crept into your house unaware. And the dog is attacking the stranger. He's pretending to be his good neighbor, but he's really got a gun in his pocket and the dog's going out. And you reach in, you grab the dog to pull him off the intruder. Let the dog do its job. And then afterwards, sort it out. Be careful when you jump in on somebody that's in the middle of a brawl. You don't always know all the facts. There's a lot been going on here recently. Be careful where you jump in. What else we got here? Anyone else got anything they want to say before we move on? Okay, let's go to Acts. And I think I have Shawna doing Acts 23. Is that right, Shawna, still?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So Acts 23 from the TLV. Paul, looking intently at the Sanhedrin, said, "Brothers, I have lived my life in all good conscience for God up to this day." But the Kohen Gadol, Ananias, ordered those standing by him to strike him on the mouth. Then Paul said to him, "God is going to strike you on the mouth, you whitewashed wall. Do you sit judging me according to the Torah? Yet in violation of the Torah, you ordered me to be struck." Those standing nearby said, "Do you insult God's Kohen Gadol?" Paul said, "I didn't know, brothers, that he is the Kohen Gadol, for it has been written, 'You shall not speak evil of a ruler of your people.'" But recognizing that one group was Sadducees and the other Pharisees, Paul began crying out in the Sanhedrin, "Brothers, I am a Pharisee, a son of Pharisees. I am on trial because of the hope of the resurrection of the dead." When he said this, a dispute broke out between the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and the assembly was divided. For the Sadducees said there is no resurrection or angel or spirit, but the Pharisees affirmed them all. Then there was a great uproar. Some of the Torah scholars of the Pharisees' party stood up and protested sharply, "We find nothing wrong with this man. What if a spirit or an angel has spoken to him?" As a big dispute was developing, the commander was afraid that Paul would be torn to pieces by them. So he ordered the soldiers to go down and take him by force from among them and to bring him into the headquarters. The following night, the Lord stood beside Paul and said, "Take courage, for just as you have testified about me in Jerusalem, so you must also testify in Rome." When it was day, the Judean leaders formed a conspiracy. They bound themselves by an oath not to eat or drink until they had killed Paul. There were more than 40 who formed this plot. They went to the ruling Kohanim and the elders and said, "We have bound ourselves with a solemn oath to taste nothing until we have killed Paul. So now you and the Sanhedrin serve notice to the commander to bring him down to you, like you are about to investigate his case more thoroughly. But we are ready to kill him before he comes near." But the son of Paul's sister heard of their ambush. He went into the headquarters and told Paul. Paul called on one of the centurions and said, "Take this young man to the commander, for he has a message for him." So the centurion took him and led him to the commander and said, The prisoner Paul called me, asked me to bring this young man to you, as he has something to say to you." The commander took him by the hand, stepped aside, and began asking him privately, "What is this that you have reported to me?" And he said, "The Judean leaders have agreed to ask you to bring Paul down to the Sanhedrin tomorrow, as if they were about to investigate more thoroughly about him. But do not give him to them, for more than 40 of them have bound themselves by an oath not to eat or drink until they have killed him. Even now they are ready and waiting for your consent." So the commander dismissed the young man, charging him, "Tell no one that you have informed me about these things." Calling two of his centurions, he said, "At the third hour of the night, prepare 200 soldiers along with 70 horsemen and 200 spearmen to proceed as far as Caesarea. Also provide mounts for Paul to ride, for they might be brought safely to Felix the governor." He wrote a letter to this effect: "Claudius Lysias, to the most excellent governor Felix, greetings. This man was seized by the Judean leaders and was about to be killed by them. When I came on the scene with the soldiers and rescued him, having learned that he is a Roman citizen, desiring to know the charge of which they were accusing him, I brought him down to their Sanhedrin. I found that he was accused concerning issues of their law, but charged with nothing worthy of death or imprisonment. When I was informed that there was a plot against this man, I sent him to you immediately, also ordering his accusers to state before you what they have against him." So the soldiers, in keeping with their orders, took Paul and brought him by night to Antipatris. On the next day, they returned to the headquarters, leaving the horsemen to go on with him. When they came to Caesarea and delivered the letter to the governor, they also presented Paul before him. Upon reading the letter, the governor asked what province he was from. And when he learned that Paul was from Cilicia, he said, "I will give you a hearing when your accusers have arrived also." Then he gave orders for Paul to be guarded in Herod's praetorium.
Thank you, Shawna. What I find amazing is verse 27. They've quoted exactly what the letter said. So the record is being made here. We're not going to let people just interpret what it says. We're going to quote the letter exactly. The same as you were sending an email. Here's what so-and-so said. I quote it here to you exactly. This is what they're doing here. I don't know why. That just struck me as being amazing moment. And I also want to point out right in verse 1, Paul knows the argument between the Pharisees and Sadducees about whether or not you live after death and about angels. And he knows both sides of the argument. He's a good student of Gamaliel, who I believe was a Pharisee. And Paul was also a Pharisee. And Paul knew the law. And Paul's saying he's an obedient student of the law. So I just, all these things that people say that Paul doesn't keep Torah, there it is right there. Ryan, go ahead.
I just found it fascinating too that the Romans are seemingly uninterested in this Paul figure, and yet he gets this sort of when he's being transported. I mean, such a high profile level of protection. I mean, 70 horsemen, 100 spearmen, and mounts to put Paul on.
200 soldiers.
Yeah. So I just my commentary on it is just like, why is he being treated with such Like, why is he such a high-profile captive?
So it's excellent point. If he's just a guy that's in the middle of dispute, why send him to Caesarea at all? Why did he get this importance? Did we skip something? Did we misread? Why is he given this importance by the Romans all of a sudden and worthy to send to Caesarea? Why not just give him 20 lashes and send him out? Now that there's a plot against his life, according to another Jewish person, why do we believe that Jewish person? And now because of that, we're going to send him to Caesarea. Excellent points, Brian. Sarkis has the answer.
Because he's a Roman citizen.
Where does it say that?
Because he talked to him earlier and said,
not yet. Is it, did that already happen?
No,
Where?
yeah, that already happened.
That already happened.
I thought that happened in
when he gave him
Caesarea.
permission to speak to the people. Already happened with this. We studied that last week.
Yeah, because he said,
you're right. Verse 25. And as they bound him with thongs, Paul said to the cistern who stood by, is it lawful for you to scourge a man who is a Roman and uncondemned?
Exactly.
That's what, okay.
I see.
Okay, so now, again, so now this is a Roman guy. He's a Roman citizen. Okay, so what? Why does he get this 200-man escort to Caesarea? A Roman citizen gets that? A Roman citizen who is also Jewish? We don't care about the Jews. Why would we
possibly a criminal on top of that?
Possibly a criminal. We don't know. Sarkis, what?
No, it doesn't. You see, he understood that he was a born citizen, he didn't buy his citizenship. Therefore, his value is much higher, and he doesn't want to allow the Jews to make judgment on him. And not only that, they are actually trying to kill him. And so if you look, hold on, sorry.
Okay.
He's fulfilling two instructions. One, a Roman law that every Roman citizen has a right for proper justice, but he's fulfilling the Torah I think in Exodus 23, verse 1 and 2. So if you want to read that, bring it up. You'll find it.
Then Paul, looking earnestly at the council, said, men and brothers, so this is when he's being allowed to speak to the Jewish people outside the temple at the steps leading up to the Praetorium, Fort Antonio. Then Paul, looking earnestly at the council, said, men and brethren, I have lived in all good conscience before God until this day. And the high priest Ananias commanded those who stood by him to strike him on the mouth. What did he say to deserving of being stricken? Then Paul said to him, God will strike you, you whitewashed wall, for you sit to judge me according to the law, and do you command me to be struck contrary to the law? So he doesn't know who Ananias is. Okay, so again, what has Paul done to be worthy of the Romans giving him such a high priority, making him into such a high priority prisoner?
Well,
I'm not seeing it.
Well, I see it two ways. One is the centurion is doing his job as a Roman, protecting Roman citizens.
In chapter 22?
Yes.
Yeah.
The second one is, I think Jehovah is demonstrating something else here. And it's in Exodus chapter 23, verse 1 to 3, where it says, you shall not gather with other people and give false testimony, false witness about a person, or you should not gang up on a person and accuse him and cause injustice. And you could see the difference here, where Torah is being applied indirectly. That's my personal explanation. I see it both ways.
So Paul then quotes the scripture about speaking evil against the high priest, which he didn't know was the high priest. But so now he gets into the argument about the afterlife. Again, I'm still not, I don't understand why he got moved from just another guy in a dispute to having be worthy of 200 soldiers to escort him to Caesarea. So there's a plot against his life. Still, 200 soldiers against 40. He's just he's just another guy, right now. Grant, you wanted to say something?
Yes, it wasn't directly related to your question, but he said, I've lived in all conscience before God. He said, touching the righteous in the law, unblameable. That's what he said later in an epistle. But that priest was out of order. And it's just like Jesus when he said, if I have spoken evil, witness evil. If I have spoken well, why smitest thou me? Paul was not out of line. Ananias was. It's just like the jackass that Balaam was riding. And the jackass says, why are you smiting me? If it hadn't been for the angel, maybe Balaam had been struck down at that time.
Yeah, good points. So I thought of Ananias as Yeshua as well. Nobody got an answer here for why is Paul being raised up. I don't have I'm asking a question. I don't know.
It could be
But
that the Sanhedrin of that time there was just a lot of people against it.
Is it possibly because there was not a riot, but an uprising, not an uprising, that's the wrong word.
Rebellion. Like a rebellion.
There's this big commotion going on with Paul.
Yeah.
And the Romans are afraid of another rebellion.
Mm.
Okay, so again, this is before. What year does this take place? What year did Paul get arrested here? Anybody know that? Is it 63? Somebody quickly Google that. And then while you're Googling that, I'll take Isobel. What were you going to say?
I'm just wondering if it's got anything to do with him having friends in high places in Caesarea Philippi. Cornelius.
But does he have friends in high places here?
Well, Gamaliel, he was well
I
known.
got 49. Sorry.
But also Cornelius, isn't that when his whole transformation took place on the road to Damascus and all of that sort of stuff?
That took place before this because now he's on his way to Rome. He ain't coming back.
Yes, I know, but he converted the whole of Cornelius's home. And wasn't Cornelius a Roman centurion?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with what's going on here, does it?
Well,
Are you fishing like I am, or do you know?
Maybe
I think she's fishing. Shawna, did you have a year that this took place in?
Yeah, that he converted the whole of Cornelius's household and yeah.
Yes, but when did that take place, Isobel?
Many, many years earlier, but perhaps those contacts and friends were still like perhaps he had a special heart in Cornelius, that Cornelius would have had friends in high places as well.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you're speculating because that's not stated here
Yes,
anywhere.
I'm purely speculating. Yeah, purely
Okay.
speculating because I've always wondered about it too, but it suddenly popped into my mind. Hang on a minute, that's where he was when Cornelius was. Yeah, so maybe Cornelius sort of said, "No, this guy's really important, Mr. Caesar.
And
I want you to protect him."
Cornelius, was that Paul or Peter?
Yeah,
And where town was that in?
Oh, that was Peter.
That was Peter,
completely.
It was Peter.
That was Peter.
Forget it. I'm too tired.
Okay, so you're definitely fishing and you got nothing on this side of the boat.
Okay, all right. Okay. No fish.
Okay,
Sorry.
Shawna, did you have a year that this took place in?
Yeah, either 67 or early 68 AD. He went back to Rome. He was arrested sometime during his final missionary journey for the third and last time. He was taken against his will. Yeah.
So is that okay? Can somebody just double check that? 68, 69. That's the year before the temple. You got that too?
Yep.
Okay. So now that now explains why this took place. Okay. In 66, the bridge between the Fort Antonio and the temple was torn down. And the Romans have begun to send an army towards Jerusalem. And Josephus is captured in the battle of, what's the battle? Up near the Galilee. I forgot the name of the place. Josephus is captured early in the battle. In January of Vespasian and what's his son's name? Titus come towards Jerusalem in 69. But in 69, they have the battle of the four emperors in Rome. So Vespasian didn't know who he was working for. And at the end of it, Vespasian becomes the emperor of Rome. And then in January, he's sworn in as the emperor. And Titus takes over the siege of Rome in 60 and 70, starting in January. So
Joe.
if Paul is, pardon me, who's that?
It's right. So the siege of Jatapata, what that happened? Jatapata, what it says. That happened in 67 AD. That's when Josephus was captured.
Okay.
So it was tumultuous.
So this is very tumultuous times. Any uprising of the Jews in Jerusalem, oh no, here they go again.
Yep.
We better get 200 in here. We got a Roman citizen, and we're on the verge of war. And this is going on. So I just, can somebody get me the month? You said 67 or 68?
67.
67 or early 68 80. So it was either late 67 or early 68.
That is actually really cool because that's tying into just before the temple is destroyed. When is Paul killed? Is Paul killed in 68 or 69? And while they're looking, I'll get Brian to go ahead.
Yeah, the question why is there such a large contingency of Roman soldiers to protect Paul? And you can give a natural explanation, and I might be going out in left field here. I'm maybe fishing, but I'm looking at it more of a spiritual sense. Could it be that God is sending natural soldiers to protect Paul to fulfill his spiritual destiny that he had in Rome? Could God intervene to the point of protecting somebody? Even the Romans didn't realize that they were fulfilling God's plans by protecting Paul, because Paul had a mission to complete, and had he not made it there, he would not be able to testify before Caesar. I mean, all the things he had to do on the way.
Verse 11 is proving what you're saying to be true.
Yeah. So
if we go super spiritual all of a sudden, then yes, Jehovah's inspired them to send this big army, take Paul out, send him to Rome, because that's Jehovah's plan. But the background story is that this happened just before the temple was destroyed.
Right, and it makes sense that way too. I'm not discrediting that. I'm just saying, is there a spiritual aspect? And you're looking for the natural, which is applicable, but a spiritual application could be even more important.
Yeah. So the logical answer is both. The one leads for the other, but in both instances, Paul doesn't know the temple's about to be destroyed, but Jehovah does, and he sends him to Rome. And when he's in Rome, so Shawna, if you get the day he's killed, who killed him in Rome? What emperor was in power? And who did Paul speak to in Rome?
Okay, that's a lot more.
We don't know.
Yeah.
All I've got is 68 is when he was beheaded. So I have to do a little more research. Hold on.
Okay. No, this is all good stuff now, because it now all makes sense to me. It's perfect sense. Sarkis.
Well, we have to look at the governors. The first governor that Paul was taken to was Felix.
Caesarea?
Yes. Was Felix.
Where's that? What verse is that in? The commander, young man.
Let me find it. Yeah. And the next one is Festus. He gets replaced, and that's when he meets Agrippa.
I think that's in
It's
chapter
verse
24.
23. Yeah.
Verse 23?
Verse 23 of 23, I'm sorry, he writes a letter to Felix.
Yes.
Sorry, that's 25. 23,
Yeah, to
25.
Claudius Lysias, yes. Okay. Governor Felix, yes. Okay, there we go.
So
Yeah.
he writes a letter to Felix, but later on, the question you ask, it leads to the next few chapters. And so I'm answering that. It did not happen during or started the process of the rebellion in Jerusalem that caused the destruction of that. It happened way later, a few years later, because Paul stayed a couple more years in Caesarea, and Felix was replaced with Festus. The rebellion starts when Flores comes as the new governor, who causes the turmoil and the trouble in the city of Jerusalem.
So you're saying this takes place before 66?
Way before. I believe it was probably 62, 63. No, I wouldn't say 65 either.
I was thinking 62 myself, but I wasn't sure.
You're more correct on that.
But Shawna's got a Google saying it's 68.
That's Google, because it's too late by that time.
I found
then
June.
it gave me.
June.
Then it go ahead.
Sorry, I found June 29th in 64, 65.
No, that can't be right.
And then I've got
June
June 29th of 67. I don't know. It's all over. I gotta check my AI.
Well, you have to
So
look
Shane,
at the governors.
hang on,
How many years?
Shane, why did you say June 29th, 64, 65? What's your authority?
Google. Yeah.
Okay, but what is Google's authority? Like, where did you get it from? Like, what's the authority?
Oh,
AI.
The Christian History Institute is where I got mine.
Okay.
You gotta get it from Josephus. You have to, because he mentions
let me see.
the governors.
Yeah.
Let me put his name in there.
Okay. Well, you were being more specific with the date. That's why, okay, maybe you are got a better source. So, okay, Sarkis, carry on. You were going to say something.
So Paul was in prison not 1 year, not 6 months, not 1 year, not 2 years, much more longer than that. Because so when you look at that, you need to start, then we have to go and study the reigns of the governors.
Okay, somebody Google how many years Paul was in prison. Because you're right, because he met the King of England while he was in prison there. So all these things come into place. What year did Paul die? And again, the question is, why is he getting such a high visibility escort here? So if it's not because of the rebellion going on at the time, which really made sense, then what was it?
Well,
sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
Sarkis,
just
you got the floor.
let other people finish and now.
Okay, Ryan, you're going to say something?
I was going to say that rebellion that happened, prior to the fall of Jerusalem, like that was going on for years.
No, I started in 66.
It started in 66. Okay.
Yeah.
When Flores was the governor.
I've got another source saying that he was arrested in 65 that matches what Sarkis is saying. And, he wrote letters from prison, and then that he was beheaded in 67 under Nero.
But okay, so with Nero was king then, wasn't he? 56 to that 69 year.
Right.
Can somebody double check that?
Paul
When was
executed
Nero?
by beheading, a death befitting a Roman citizen. Ancient records suggest that Nero knew Paul personally, so it's likely that he had Paul beheaded through order of the prefects of Rome.
So 67. Okay. Nero goes crazy, 68. The four kings come out in 69. Vespasian. Okay. we're getting down to it. Grant, what do you got?
Well, it says at the end of 24, when 2 years were expired, Porcius Festus came into Felix's room, and Felix, willing to get favor of the Jews, left Paul bound. So he was still bound after 2 years, according to Scripture.
So he's 2 years in Caesarea?
Well, at the end of 24, that was after, but
So he's
that
2 years in
after that.
Caesarea. So that would
Yeah,
be
wherever they were with Ananias and that. Yeah, it says centurion. It was in the
okay.
at the end of 24.
But after 2 years, Porcius Festus succeeded Felix, and Felix wanted to do the favor of the Jews, left Paul bound. Okay, so no, I got some more stuff to do. Okay.
In the timeline, it says 64 to 68.
64 to 68 what? That when he was first arrested?
No, Peter and Paul killed.
Peter and Paul killed.
Mm-hmm.
64 to 68. Which timeline are you looking at? The Google timeline?
Yeah, the authority of sighted moon timeline.
My timeline?
Yeah.
Where did I get that from?
I would give you a page number, but there's no page numbers.
Yeah, I don't know if I had Google back then, so I can't say it was Google. It probably encyclopedia somebody. So,
but it does make sense that if Nero did know him personally, it would make sense of why he had such a high profile escort.
Yeah, but Nero's not even involved yet. This is just a centurion at the Fort Antonio getting 200 men ready to take him to Caesarea. Again, so I thought if it was during the 66 or after that, then the drama of the tension would play into effect. Before that, the tension could be leading to the destruction of the temple. I'm trying to find why he got the escort here. It could just be there was the Jews are notorious for rioting. We just wanted to avoid it. They're trying to kill him. I better send some extra men. It could be just that simple. So
more reading required.
Okay. More reading required. Anyway, it's at that time, shortly after this, Paul's going to be killed. Vespasian was on his way to destroy the temple or destroy Jerusalem in 69. Titus takes over in January. Vespasian becomes the emperor. The chronology, again, this is important to know because the chronology of what year was the temple destroyed, 68 or 69, which is what Rabbi Yossi wrote in the Seder Olam. That's the big debate today. So knowing exactly when Vespasian came, he went back to Rome, became emperor either December 69 or January 68. I forget which one. I think January. Titus takes over, begins the rest of the attack on Jerusalem. The temple is destroyed in 70, in 9th of Av in 70, which means it wasn't 69, it wasn't 68. So the chronology that the Jews use, based on Rabbi Yossi, is a false chronology. That is one of the debates for the Jubilee years. Again, I'm just getting off on a side rabbit here, but this chronology is important to understanding stuff. Paul, Sarkis.
Okay, did some research here. It's Felix was there between 52 and 60 AD, and Festus takes over from 60 to 62.
Festus, where's Festus here? Festus.
Well, that's the next chapter.
Next chapter. Okay, I'm just putting in my Bible so I got notes. Festus. What year? 60 to 62. 60 to 62. And Paul's there for 2 years.
So it makes sense that when he came as then must have come around 60. Paul was there for 2 years, 58 to 60.
Well, either 60 or the year before 60, because he's got this letter from Felix.
Yep.
or to Felix. So it's about that time. Okay, now we're starting to clue in. So it's just before the Roman Jewish war started in 66. What were tensions like? Maybe tensions were high. This is again 50 years before the Bar Kokhba revolt in 133. Okay. Sombra.
So I went to my book Eusebius.
Sombra, your mic is awful.
I went to my book Eusebius.
Your mic is still awful.
My mic.
We can't hardly hear what you're saying.
Okay, that's good. Better?
Can't hear you at all. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Now we got some sort of beating going on with the mic.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, major
No.
feedback. Major feedback problem.
No. Try a different computer, come back in. Just sound terrible. Shane, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that if Peter and Paul did die in those years, it was the fifth cycle. And what we have down as the fifth cycle is being the cycle of captivity and judgment.
Hang on. Okay, so if you look on your charts and you look at the year, what Shane is talking about. So if you look on the charts, it's can you see that here? The purple here and the orange, it's in the purple section. It's the 30th Jubilee cycle. There's a section in orange, and that orange section is a persecution of the saints from 64 to 68. That's also the persecution during Nero's time. And I'm not sure if Nero took over in 56. So Nero is persecuting the saints at this time up until 68. 69, what have I got for 69? When did Nero die? Was Nero died in 68? Is that why the four kings came after him, 69? Could be. Anyway, Nero is the one that put up all the saints on crucifixes all over Rome and lit them on fire like torches. And then after that, Rome burnt in the year of the last year of Nero when it's going crazy. So, sorry, Shane, were you going to say something else?
No, I was just looking at patterns.
Yeah. So there's a persecution of the saints going on at this time from 64 to 68. And Paul and Peter are killed towards the end of it. Peter was not killed in Rome, though. Peter was killed someplace else because Peter never went to Rome. But some other Peter did. Okay, Sarkis.
Okay, so here's the way Felix ruled 52 to 60.
Oh, hang on. Wait. No, I lost my spot in my Bible.
All right.
Acts 23. Where's my pen now? Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Felix 52 to 60. Festus 60 to 62.
Yep.
Albanius
Who?
62. Albanus. ALBIN.
Albanus, okay.
Yeah. 62 to 64. Then Flores 64 to 66.
64 to 66. What's the name?
That's when
Del Flor? What's his name again?
Flores.
Flores.
Yeah, GS Flores. GESSIUS Flores. FLORUS.
What is your source of information? Who's telling you this?
Wikipedia.
Okay.
Well, you know what?
No,
You confirm
it's not bad. It's not bad.
I do confirm it with Britannica. I confirm it with others.
Yeah.
I always double check. But those are common. These are basic information, and knowing the history that Flores started the rebellion. He caused the rebellion by invading Jerusalem and killing 3,000 people and taking things out of the temple. So, I mean,
Flores did.
yes, he did. If you read Josephus, it tells you the story of what Flores did. That's why the rebellion started. And the high priest at that time was Eleazar.
There you go. Very good. The background information is important, I always think, to understanding why people do what they do. So thank you, Sarkis, for that. Okay. I have no idea. Let me start with Shane. Would you do the closing of the Torah readers, please?
Yep.
And then I don't know who's doing closing prayer. Did you do that?
You'll need to grab one.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Shane.
As we close the Torah, we say this prayer. V'zor ha-Torah asher sam Moshe lifnei b'nei Yisrael al pi Yehovah biyad Moshe. And this is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel at the command of Yehovah to the hand of Moses. Returning the Torah to the ark, we say the Tree of Life prayer. Etz ha'im hi l'makazim kimba v'tomeka meushar derakeha darkei noam v'kol nativoteka shalom Hashiveinu Yehovah Elekavana shuva Hadesh Yameinu Kekedem. It is a tree of life to those who take hold of it, and those who support it are praiseworthy. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace. Bring us back, Yehovah, to you, and we shall come. Renew our days as of old.
Thank you, Shane. We have been asking for volunteers for a while now, a little while. I want to tell you, Shane, when he started doing this prayer, could hardly get it out. I teased him about it privately, some of the things he said and did, and I made fun of him. But he was doing it. He was trying. And I was teasing him and good, just being friends or fun, not publicly. But listen to him today. He's awesome. Brian is the one that introduced us to us. Shane is just as good, if not even better than Brian. Sorry, Brian.
Brian's much better.
But the reason I'm pointing this out is by you stepping up and being a volunteer, you stepping up and helping to run our Shabbat service. Different parts, different people, different things. Doing the Aaronic blessing, doing the prayers, doing the prayers that we do at the beginning, doing special music with it. You just doing that. Yes, it's uncomfortable. You're going to make mistakes. I may even tease you, but it's done. I hope you understand it's done in love. But after a while, you become proficient at it. When you start your own group, you'll be able to do this. And I want to encourage you all to start your own group. Ryan has his own group. I have never once told Ryan, bring your group here. I have never once told Ryan to stop his own group. Brian does the same thing. If they come, great. If they don't come, great. They're still being taught by these people outside of Sight of the Moon. I want to encourage you to teach your own group. Become a teacher. Go out and teach the things you're learning here. We may not agree about everything. We just know that I'm always right. But you don't have to tell your group that. That's fine. But I want you to teach. I want you all to become teachers. That way, the day I die, there'll be other people teaching about the barley, the crescent moon, about the Jubilee years, about how they tie into prophecy, not because Joe Dumont said so, but because you can now prove it from your own Bible, which is why we midrash here, so that you and I can prove it from our own Bible. We had this discussion. When was Paul arrested? What year? And you all contribute. We think we got it figured out now, so that we can all know Torah according to the Bible. That's why we're here. So again, Shane, I love him. I love you. Thank you for doing what you do and helping us here. But I want to encourage others to come up and step up. Do the prayers. Do the opening and closing prayer. Volunteer for that. Right now, we have no idea who's going to do the closing prayer. So I'm looking at Ryan. I see his face there. He's here. He's visible. I'm going to ask him in a minute. But I want to encourage you all to step up and just help, so that you can become a better teacher, whatever group you're in. That's why you have this platform. It's not perfect. We make mistakes. I make mistakes, but we're family. We're mishpachah. And in family, you've got weird Uncle Eddie. You got that cousin that just makes you nuts. Then you got that sister that you just want to hug her neck all the time. That's family. We have that here. When you screw up, you're still in family. You're still welcome back. We're family. We're going to make mistakes, but hopefully we're all growing together. And because, again, remember that word I told you about, the possession? Jubilee year, the return to your possession, return to your family. Jehovah is our family. Hang on to that. Hang on to him. So again, I want to encourage you all to come and join us. If you're watching us on YouTube, again, hit the like button, hit the share button, but hit the voice button, this thing. Go and tell other people to come and join us. What are you learning here? What are you learning at Sighting Moon? And share what we're teaching. We got the podcast. We got the radio show going now. We got the newsletter going. We got YouTube going. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just share, help us to share this message. No, you waving your finger at me?
We have a volunteer for the closing, just so you know.
Oh, we do. Ryan just got bumped.
That's okay. That's okay. Brian can do it. I mean, Bobby can do it. Bobby.
Is Bobby doing it?
Yep.
Okay. Bobby, would you do the closing prayer now, sir? Thank you very much.
I would be honored. Holy Father, thank you so much. And just glory to you for the group that we have here, that we can midrash, that we can get an uprising, even in our own voices, with the things we believe about Torah. And Father, to share this information with everybody with heartfelt, deep spiritual felt truths that you reveal. And Father, I thank you for the glory that you do conceal a matter. So your kingdom of priests will seek it out. It'll be our honor, Father, to midrash with one another, to talk about these things, to find and dig to the truth. For Father, you are so deep. You are so filled with knowledge and wisdom and awesomeness. Father, thank you for this group that strives to push for that, so that we can all build up as iron sharpens iron. We can be built up to a kingdom that can lead, to a kingdom that can teach. Father, thank you for allowing this in the midst of our rebellion in our earlier lives, for the lack of knowledge that we held, for holding to what we thought were truths formerly. Father, that you have opened our eyes, you have opened our hearts, you have taken the blinders off, that we can do this, and we can do it in love, loving one another, just serving one another. I praise you for this, Father. And I pray these things in Yeshua, our Savior, our Jehovah, in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bobby. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to encourage you, break out your Bible, start studying it. And the final exam is tomorrow morning. You don't have time to be playing games anymore. So, there's a part of me that wants to say, I hope I'm wrong. There's another part of me that says, I pray I'm not wrong. There's going to be a big year this year. A lot of things are going to happen if we think we're right. So I want to encourage you to tell other people, come and learn. Get the books at Amazon, get the books from our store. Come and learn these things. Nobody knows what day they are. Chinese, French, no, not French. I don't forget, French, Portuguese, and we just publish it in Spanish. Tell people about these things. We're trying to give you the tools to help you learn. We've got audio tools. You can get audio on Amazon too. We're trying to make it as available as possible. So please share it. Those of you listening, thank you for volunteering. We need more help. Contact Shane, and one day you can sing the prayers like he does, which is awesome. Okay, so with that, I think we're done, right, Shane? And we never got to hear from Sombra.
Her
Just
video
in case
still
she's
works.
watching.
There she
Oh,
is.
does it? Oh, okay. 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 Shabbat shalom, everyone. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Oops, almost hit the wrong button.